Good morning. Now it's working, apologies, because my mic wasn't working. So good morning, dear colleagues. I was already reminded, about the time discipline, so we should start. Actually, once more, good morning to all of you. Nice to see you on the last day of our meeting, but last day of our meeting today, but we already agreed all that we will stay in touch. So this is not the end. So today, finally, we arrived to the summary of our Indeed project, which is ending this month. After 3 years journey through the preparation of the package on evidence-based evaluation, consisted of tools, guidebooks, and models, and whatever is needed for guiding the users, potential users, through the process of designing and planning and also conducting of evidence-based evaluation. So this is my honor and a great pleasure, as I had the pleasure and the challenge also to be the coordinator of this project. In a few minutes, I will pass the floor to Natalia, who will set the tone for today's meeting as on behalf of the entire consortium of Indeed project. But I just wanted to say thank you to all our colleagues from our consortium. Quite huge and impressive, and really full of super experts, I would say, in the domain of PV-ECV and radicalization. And some of us already had the past experiences with evaluation, but still it was the challenge. We already underlined within the 1.5 day of our meeting that we started and then we had to find a common language within the consortium to be able to achieve what we achieved. And actually today we will present you results, because we were already mentioning the results of Indeed project within last days, but today we will dedicate a bit more time to show you what we have. And we will start with showing you how we were working on it. It means that we were also, as the first, we were watching what is missing in the field and what kind of gaps we have. And then what researchers are saying on the topics. And then we were digging a bit deeper, and we were asking also practitioners and policymakers to build really comprehensive and very practical tools, however, based on evidence. Because we were talking about the evidence-based evaluation, evidence-based practice. So we really put a big effort to work in evidence-based way. So we will try to show you today how we were working, what we have. Again, we will invite you and encourage you to use what we developed. And then we will invite you for the further journey, because it was already said that this is not the end. We know that we are providing a package on evidence-based evaluation, but there is still work that should be done to prepare also policymakers and the practitioners for using the tools, and then perhaps also work on the additional details which are missing in our tools. And for this we have all of you here with us as voices from outside. We also would like to hear from you what you think about the tools, about the solutions provided, and your ideas, how we can, in which direction we should go in the future. Last sentence, I cannot stop, because it's like my child, this project, so I cannot stop. My colleagues from consortium, they know me that, I know that Natalia will remind me very soon that my time, as an introduction already is ended. The only sentence I would like to say, once more thanking, to all colleagues engaged in this work, starting from my dear colleagues from Polish Platform for Homeland Security. It means the entity coordinating the entire and managing with the implementation of the project, and going through all 18, because we are 19th, 18 partners from our consortium. I will not list them now, But of course, we will be reminding and mentioning institutions engaged in the preparation of the call and implementation during the entire day. Really, last sentence. For me personally, it's very important that that it was possible to prepare together this really strong proposal that we were founded. Because actually, the idea of this project, of the area that should be covered by EU-funded project, was actually deriving from practice. Many years ago, when I was still serving for the Polish police, one day I met director of Polish Platform for Homeland Security by coincidence, because he was visiting HQ in Warsaw, and we went to the police canteen and we were talking, about what is needed in the field of social prevention, because I was dealing with the social prevention and PVECV and the radicalization as well. And so we were talking about the real needs, the observed on the Polish soil, that we are struggling with the evaluation, and actually the whole designing process of evidence-based practices should be put in the kind of order and explain to the practitioners how to start from the beginning, designing based on the logic model, including evaluation, and then to have designed practices that will be effective. And then after the years, we saw the call, and we thought, oh, this is the call we can apply. And then we started to contact our colleagues dealing with the topic and working in the field of PVECV and the radicalization, and not only, also crime prevention, what was already underlined. And then we created this amazing and super experienced consortium. And today we arrived to the end of the project, and now I will ask Natalia to set the tone for entire day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marzena, and good morning, everyone. So my name is Natalia, and I'm the head of the project department at the Polish Platform for Homeland Security. And Indeed, I play the role of the project manager. So I was your daily point of contact for different topics. And I know that you know me from different emails, and apologize for spamming you from time to time. But this is my role, really. It was my role, and I treat this very seriously. And as Marzena said, I was asked, and this is my privilege to set the tone today, representing the Indeed consortium. So a few years ago, we embarked on a journey together, and it was a journey defined by collaboration, a commitment, and a shared vision to build and strengthen the culture of evidence-based evaluation. And today is the culmination of 3 years of dedicated work, collective learning, and invaluable input from practitioners, policymakers, researchers, and all experts from the consortium and outside. And today is the opportunity to celebrate our achievements, share our insights, and also look forward to the future. And there are a few selected aspects that I would like to highlight in my speech, and which are also related to today's sessions. So one of our primary objectives at Indeed was to foster a shared understanding what evaluation means, particularly evidence-based evaluation. And it was, of course, grounded in thorough research and specific gaps and needs identified by us in this field. We have aimed to demonstrate that effective evaluation should not be a standalone task, but rather integrated throughout the entire process of designing evidence-based initiatives. Indeed, focus on delivering tools, hands-on solutions to help practitioners and policymakers to apply evidence-based evaluation in their daily work. We also made effort to advance the field further by offering training and learning products like webinars, podcasts, interviews, and learning notes. And of course, they were designed to build capacity among all practitioners, policymakers, and others that are really interested to implement effective evidence-based evaluation and evidence-based design of initiatives. Indeed, project also highlighted that evaluation is an ongoing task and process, and it's not a final destination. It's about continuous improvement, and it's always asking questions and seeking better ways to achieve goals, and remaining open to change and to see evaluation as a tool for growth and rather than a burden. And finally, the Indeed project has highlighted the importance of shaping a culture of evaluation. And as you can see in different places in the room, we use this sentence really to highlight that, of course, we indeed didn't start it, but we said this sentence loudly. And we really would like to continue and treat the evaluation as a core value. And there are also other things that we would like to highlight, that evaluation is not something like to critique, but should be as an integral part of our work. And although the Indeed project is formally coming to an end, its legacy and impact are set to reach far beyond, and we also look forward to the future to really continue this important work. And we believe that the outcomes of our hard work within Indeed will continue to serve you as other practitioners, institutions, and also already mentioned EU Knowledge Hub on radicalization prevention. And this is really my end. I tried to really summarize what you can expect today. I decided to focus on only selected aspects that you could hear today during today's sessions. And I would like to thank you very much. It's not a closing of the day, but I would like to really thank all of you, all partners connected with Indeed through all these 3 years, because it was very needed to see all these results and a community that Indeed also built. So thank you very much, and I wish you an inspiring day filled with insights and reflections. Thank you very much. Yes, I will not finish. And now I would like to invite you to the first session, which is about gaps and needs we identified. And these gaps, it was for us the beginning of our journey with Indeed. So our first year was dedicated to identifying different gaps related to different areas that were part of Indeed. And I would like to invite again Marzena to moderate the session and introduce and invite all speakers.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Apologies, but I will stand and move because somehow I cannot, I'm this hyperactive and I cannot talk when I'm sitting. So thank you, Natalia, for this. Yes, I have a pleasure to moderate the first session, and I would like to invite on the scene Pedro, Arif, as our speakers from the consortium, but also Antoine, Julia, Julia, and Cesare to join us. Yes. Thank you very much for joining. Good morning once more to you. And as Natalia already mentioned, so we would like to start with showing you how we were working on the identification of the gaps and needs in the field. I mentioned that behind the concept of the project was a need deriving from the Polish experience. But then we were working, of course, with the 18 partners from 15 countries, and then we didn't stop, with this identification, because as the first we ask our partners what is missing and what is needed in the field of evidence-based evaluation and the designing process in their countries. And also we had a research component in our project, and we were checking also through the research, and we were deriving also from science what is available, what kind of gaps are identified, what kind of needs, what practitioners and the policymakers say that it's needed. So we had our researchers with us who were going through the process of research, but it was only the first stage, because then we were adding to what we identify in the literature, in the research, but we were asking also practitioners and policymakers and conducting research with them and asking about the practical need. So because we were aiming to prepare the solutions that will combine theory with the practice, because we really had the ambitions to prepare the solutions, the tools that will be practical. So that it means that people dealing with practice will be able to use the tools in the field, but the tools that are deriving from theory also, and combining the science with practice. So we have today with us Ari from Centric and Pedro from Innovative Prison Systems, and they will show you how we were working and what we, in which place we started, then what we identified, and how we were working to really prepare the tailor-made and solutions answering the identified needs. So I'm passing the floor to Ari first.
Good morning, everybody. It is so nice to be at the event where we have got lots of expertise from different backgrounds. Thank you for bringing all the diversity. But I think everybody has been contributing a lot, and the Indeed project, the coordinator, the manager, the consortium members have been doing brilliantly in advancing the field of evidence-based evaluation. So hopefully the collaboration, the spirit and the culture continues for the many years to come. Our session will be relatively brief, and at the same time it will be much more grounded in the project and also in the work and the activities that we have been doing over the past 2 years with the collaboration and contribution from every single one of you. So just to give you a brief overview of what we did and how we did it. The entire spirit of the Indeed project builds on the culture of co-creation, co-design, and co-dissemination of the research, its activities, and also its future frontiers. The gaps and the needs that we identified in the Indeed project build on the literature, on the existing research. We did a critical analysis of what already exists and how the literature and the understanding and the knowledge on evidence-based evaluation was understood, was perceived, and also taken into consideration on the ground. Building on that, we opted for the co-creation and for co-design methodology that included different people from a very wide range of backgrounds, including practitioners, academics, in some places, policymakers, local authorities, and NGOs and INGOs as well. So the needs and the gaps that we have identified are coming directly from our stakeholders, from our audience, and also from the people who would be using the results of the Indeed project in their daily activities. And also these gaps and needs and the solutions that we have identified fit directly into the evidence-based model. And the model, again, provides the conceptual background and the ground for the development, validation, and implementation of the evidence-based evaluation tool, which sits at the core of the Indeed project, amongst other outputs such as the podcast, trainings, curricula, pedagogy, and many more. So these are the gaps and the needs that we have identified. So first of all, funding and resource was the top one. I think we have been highlighting this quite a lot. These days, for practitioners, it is becoming more and more demanding, more challenging and complex in getting additional mandates and responsibilities. But in order to deliver, they are not getting the resources, they are not getting the time and the space they need to deliver on their mandates. Whilst we do understand that practitioners, such as teachers, they are mandated to deliver on city, but unfortunately, their voices are not heard effectively, and their agency is not being utilized in a more effective and strategic way. So there is always a lack of funding and resource that needs to be addressed. With that, skills and knowledge gap is another priority. We fully understand that evaluation is a process, so it is continuously evolving in response to the evolving needs and demands of the city field. We fully appreciate that terrorism is becoming more and more complex, as our colleagues highlighted in their presentations yesterday. So with that, CVE, PVE, and de-radicalization would also need to continuously evolve. That evolution will only happen if we have got these context-specific skills and the knowledge that is needed to counter it. So, as the strategies might be the same, but we need new tactics, we need new skills, we need new knowledge and resources in order to correspond to the demand. Relatedly, so competency gap is another area that needs a proper resolution. It is quite significant to understand that in some places we do claim that we have got a good amount of understanding and expertise in evaluation, but in reality we do not really know quite a lot. So our expertise, our competency and knowledge must be grounded in particular and specific areas and contexts, because the context, the projects, the initiatives must be adaptable, must be moving forward. With that, the evaluation, competency, and the skills must be moving as well. Communication is another obstruction. We understand that evaluation is quite a political thing. It is highly politicized, securitized, and it becomes really, really difficult to get to the data that we need. And in some places, there are lots of evaluations done, but unfortunately, the results are not communicated properly and they are kept secret. So we need to do this sort of trust building and bridge the gap between different actors, such as practitioners and policymakers in particular. With that, utilization of evaluation results is another issue. Our colleagues have been highlighting it. We understand evaluation is quite significant, but more significant is the effective and the strategic utilization of results. And also, in some places, evaluation is quite exclusive. But it is mainly dominated by a relatively small group of people, so it needs to be more inclusive. So there must be time and space for everybody who is impacted by evaluation, such as ethnic communities from religious backgrounds, LGBTQ+, and also gender must be factored in as well. So methodology, there is a massive fragmentation in understanding, conceptualizing, and implementing evaluation methodologies. So it is always a good idea to look for and start putting into practice a standardized methodology. But as I highlighted, the results that come out from different evaluations are not being shared. But in the UK, for instance, these city initiatives are being evaluated quite massively and quite comprehensively. But the results are available nowhere. So it is so difficult to get access to those results. And what happens at the end of the day is that amid all those investments and efforts, changes are not coming as they should be. And also participation, I think it relates to the inclusion criteria or needs or gaps that I highlighted earlier. Ownership builds on the ideas of trust building, confidence, and also effective communication between the stakeholders who would be involved in evaluation. So when we talk about evaluation, we should not be shifting the burden and responsibility from one person to another, from one place to another, from one institution to another institution. So we must own it. So we must have the ownership of it, and we should look at ourselves at the entire process and have a conclusive picture. Impact, when we talked about how these evaluations would bring change, unfortunately, the evidence is quite weak. We do understand that evaluations have had impact on different places, but we don't really know the evidence base for that. We don't know how and where, and what are the good and bad practices when it comes to the impact of evaluations. Policy support and evidence. I think there's a dialogue between practitioners and policymakers. The policymakers would definitely say that they are supportive of evaluation, but to be quite honest and critical at this stage, that policy support is not in place. We understand that there's a massive power dynamics between different stakeholders. Practitioners, they do try to make policymakers understand what is needed, and they do commit themselves, but unfortunately, policymakers, or let's say the policy, does not deliver on their promises. So it is always a good idea to continue this sort of dialogue and support and foster the support of the policymakers. Gender, I highlighted. Recruitment is another issue. It is so difficult these days to recruit the people who are being impacted by an initiative or by an intervention. There are multiple projects going on, and different people are involved in those projects, but getting to those people on the ground is very difficult. There is a conceptual confusion about evaluation, with what it really means, what evidence-based evaluation is, and what are the differences and the overlappings between different concepts and theories. Then data management is another problem. In some institutions, data is securely being stored, but in some places, the data, first of all, doesn't exist, and in places where it exists, it's literally not accessible to everybody. At the very end, action plan was another area that was highlighted by practitioners. When we talk about evaluation, when we talk about designing and planning an initiative, it is always a good idea to start with a proper action plan, which is inclusive and that it speaks to the specific requirements and needs of a particular institutions. These solutions are related to the gaps and the needs that we have identified. So it is always a good idea to find and choose the right partners, engage with politicians, whether they are internal or external to the initiative. Try to document and evidence the impact you are making or you are planning to make. And evaluation must be an integral part of whatever we do, and there must be independent resources available for that. It is always good to continue talking about evaluation in order to build trust, confidence, and also to create a platform that brings us together, that connects us together. And the idea of promoting polycentrism is another idea that is relatively new, and that means that there are different levels of governance and management that should be taken into consideration when we talk about the design and evaluation of an initiative, because just a highly centralized and a single center doesn't work in this demanding field now. And also trainings must not be aimed at the practitioners only. Trainings must include policymakers as well. In some places, the policymakers would not really like this idea, but they do really understand and they have the need for these trainings. So it is always a good idea to offer joint evaluation where everybody has the space and the agency to exercise their expertise, transparency, proper utilization, and also platforms to communicate in the strategic ways or the solutions to effective evidence-based evaluation, dissemination, co-collaboration, engaging with stakeholders from the outset, and also including evaluations in the planning of the initiatives and interventions would improve evidence-based evaluation. The very last one, I think, methodology. While we do understand that there are different methodologies, but it is always a good idea to start the one that fits your needs and requirements. At the very end, whatever we do in evidence-based evaluation, we must evidence it. We must document it, and we must provide it in a way that is marketable, that is sellable, and at the same time that delivers on whatever we do and the investments that we make. So with that, that is the end of this little presentation on the gaps, needs, and solutions that are coming from the practitioners, from yourself. Thank you so very much for that.
Thank you, Arif. So I'm passing the microphone to to Pedro.
Thanks, Marjan, and thanks, Arif, for so brilliantly put this initial research that we did and providing the groundwork for what the main tools that we developed here at the Indeed project. Just kickstarting here my clock, and yeah, I will just start by mentioning that bring us back to, I think it was April or May 2022. We had a research forum back in Brussels. And something stuck on my mind, which was like a colleague, Peter from the Rural Police, mentioned, like, do not send me as practitioners 100 and something, 200 and something page reports. Try to summarize that in 2-3 pages and we might give it a look. So I have to defend a bit ourselves. Like, these are huge reports and we are trying to summarize everything in 2 or 3 slides and talk for 5 and 7 minutes. So that's also what Indeed gained on trying to have this practitioner and policy oriented kind of aspect. And yeah, Arif talked about broadly the gaps on evaluation. I'll focus mostly on the training and learning tools that are out there. Yeah. So starting with the how, so we ended up having this threefold methodology, yes, checking what's there in desk research, also talking with practitioners in interviews, and then putting everyone together within the same room, going into more detail about what they have said in the interviews. And I'm afraid, I don't know if I'm sad or happy to know at this moment or when we conclude the research that this was not groundbreaking research. We already knew the major assumptions that was out there, but at this point we were able to also grasp the particularities in a more formal way from the practitioners themselves. And hence provide also the groundwork for the training materials that you have developed and that Kai will present in the afternoon. So. In terms of research, we look not only in the EU but beyond what's out there in other countries in terms of evaluation. That the evaluation culture is much more integrated with the policy strategy, and we also went beyond the focus not only in PCV but also to crime prevention and other initiatives. In the interviews, we were able to over almost 30 practitioners working in PCV from these areas that you see here, and I should add also non-governmental actors. And we wanted to know from their experience, like, just do you implement or have you implemented any evaluation in your practice? Which tools do you use? Or if you do not use, are you aware that there are tools out there that you can use some? Have you received any training to do evaluation? Or have any of your colleagues received this training? And what did the training, in case the training was out there and implemented, what did the training comprise? If not, what do you think it should comprise? What are your needs as a practitioner in terms of the topics to do a correct evaluation? What do you think? There are no wrong answers. The training methods, etc. And this provided, once again, the discussions in more focus group oriented, also capitalized and potentialized by the smart hubs in 14 European countries with over 150 participants. So going to the gist of it, 3 main conclusions. I will start in the end with the conclusions already, and then I will delve into more detail. So nothing new, I assume. Underdeveloped state of trainings that cover evaluation of initiatives in the most case of the jurisdictions. So in the majority of the PCVE or crime prevention initiatives, evaluation was not part of the training procedure or the training content. This is aligned with many of the speeches that we had here. That evaluation is not conceived as within the planning start of the PCV initiatives. When we think about evaluation, probably already through midway through the course. Most of the training programs must be tailored to previously identified needs. Of course, that this is something that we have seen in many of the programs, projects that we implement. That needs to be a needs analysis. Sometimes the trainings are being implemented according to a needs analysis that occurred 15 years or 20 years ago, when the cultural shift that many of the services have seen is not that well integrated. And practitioners are tired about just exposition kind of materials without no opportunity for knowledge exchange or more job-oriented duties. So, in specific, in the context of training and designing, evaluating for PCV initiatives, they lacked technical skills. They said, how can I do this? I don't know where to commence. No one told me how. And also, like, if I want to become an evaluator, how can I access this kind of trainings? The majority of it was overwhelming. Like, the majority of them mentioned that they were not even aware how they can do this, what they can gain from the evaluation. Will this be something that I have to do even more? Should I do differently my job, or this is just additional task that I will have to do without keeping even the same salary? So this is quite interesting, the discussion that we have in the interviews with practitioners. And looking at the main needs and gaps, it was overwhelming, the lack of theoretical knowledge on PCV. If we go into a bit more detail and going into the technicalities on other crime prevention initiatives, let alone on how to evaluate this. As I've mentioned, there's no know-how on the conduction of evaluation, mostly in those that we have interviewed. What are the benefits? What are the indicators of success? For instance, in rehabilitation programs in CVE, the success can be measured by recidivism, of course, but then what is recidivism? Like acting once again in a terror-related crime or other crime that the individual can commit. Also, the success of the training in terms of engagement with practitioners. This can also be an indicator of success. But measuring success in de-radicalization initiatives, this is a 5-day conference. And the need to develop other complementary skills like critical thinking, to not be afraid to ask questions and to whom to ask these questions. Multi-agency cooperation, like this is one of the biggest words out there, but how to implement it according to the EU directives in place, 2016-680, and in conjunction with the national legislation in place. Is multi-agency cooperation and the sharing of information possible to achieve in the majority of the Euro jurisdictions? There are some gaps in this direction as well. So, long story short, these were the main gaps that we have observed that then gave the groundwork for the materials that were developed and that many of you were part of the trainings. Thank you. I forgot to mention, please feel free to scan the full report if you want to read 100 and something pages.
Thank you. Thank you, Pedro, for this and sharing the QR code, because sometimes those 100, even 300 pages, it's also good to have them when you are starting the detailed work. Because, yeah, presenting somewhere on the conference, of course, we were providing the very brief summary, what we identified, but then when we started working on the one hand, on the solutions in the field of evidence-based evaluation and the designing process, on the other hand, the training dedicated to the evidence-based evaluation and designing process, and those two fields were briefly presented by Arif and Pedro. Thank you very much for this. We wanted to show you that, yes, what was already underlined a few times, that we weren't just sitting drinking coffee and thought, oh, it would be good to implement the EU-funded project, but really our interest was and our purpose, our aim, our ambition to prepare really practical solutions for practitioners, policymakers, and also researchers, because then we started to underline that also researchers can benefit from what we achieved. But this is not, this is one side that you heard from our colleagues from the consortium, from Centric, from Innovative Prison System. It means organizations, partner organization of Indeed Consortium. But today we also invited what I already mentioned. We wanted to hear also voices from the outside, because we already met many people on our way during the implementation of the project. And then we want still to meet people who can bring own perspectives and own ideas, own conclusions, and the suggestions for us in which direction we should continue our journey through the evidence-based evaluation field improvement and the building the culture of evaluation, what was mentioned by Natalia. So we have today with us Antoine from International Center for Counterterrorism, Julia from DG Inspire, and also Cezary from Polish Training Center of Prison Service. So I would like to kindly, if I can just change the slide, sorry, but I have to be no. So now back, sorry, if you could, yeah, because I was just checking if we have a presentation from the presenters, but we don't have. So apologies for not mentioning the names because I wanted to avoid, the mistakes, but I would like to, in the pronunciation, but I would like to ask you kindly to introduce yourself shortly and then to share with us your opinions, your insights, your reflections about what you already have seen in the Indeed project. And we know that partially you were also engaged in the activities proposed by Indeed. So you joined us in many occasions, and so you had the chance, already to be more familiar what we done, and also seeing those solutions, that the needs and the solutions identified by Indeed. So we also would like to ask you, from your experience, from your field, if you really find them useful, or maybe you have also ideas, and the proposals for us already, on the further works on the using the tools, but still working on in the field of evidence-based evaluation and designing process. So I will start with Julia.
Good morning, everyone. So indeed, my name is Giulia Dino Giacomelli. I'm the founder and chief consultant of GDG Inspire. It's a boutique consultancy based in Brussels, and we do deal with strategic communications in the field of security and defense. In this capacity, I was also an expert and part of the coordination team for the RAM policy support, dealing with strategic communications within, let's say, the 3 pillars of action of the RAM policy support. And I'm also an alumna of the Train of Trainers of Indeed. So I attended the training in Cluj. And so I will give you some, let's say, insights from my own experience, but also ideas that I took away from the training itself. So first, let me start with saying, I don't want to sound too cheesy, but I think the added value of the Indeed's project is that you gave voice and you consolidated something that most in this field felt it was needed. So the convening power that you created, I think it's very strong and it's meant to last. And I will give you perhaps some of my ideas how this can be possible. Second point, I think the other added value is that you cut off any alibi that organization might have had in evaluating PCV, in saying this is the field that cannot be evaluated because the indicators, because whatever. And so finding excuses not to evaluate. So I think congratulations to the team for doing that. So now, going to my insights, I think we talked at various levels in these 2 days on how Indeed can go on. And I think, of course, the preferred forum for that would be the Knowledge Hub. How so? I think it would be important that the Indeed methodology is applied at the different levels of the implementation of the Knowledge Hub. The evaluation of the project itself, the evaluation of the deliverables, the drafting of the annual programming, so the contribution to global agendas and strategic orientations that then go to member states for review. And as I said, specific deliverables, meaning that I think the Knowledge Hub will have the power to do more hands-on consulting with the member states. And so having indeed methodology applied to specific cases that member states and practitioners are developing, I think it will give really a lot of credit to the work that has been done in the last 3-4 years by the project itself, because you will create specific case studies that can be replicated. So this is just my 2 cents on how to bring that forward within the Knowledge Hub. Another point, I think, as I just mentioned, the convening power that Indeed had. I think bringing forward that community of practice in like private groups, I think it would be very precious and helpful. So LinkedIn groups, Signal groups, whatever you decide that might be useful, but a place where evaluators or wannabe evaluators can come to and share ideas, share questions, projects, and or events like the ones that were mentioned like in the last 2 days. I think that would be very, very precious. Similarly, I think we are all expecting a call for proposal for the new CSEP edition. It would be important, if possible, to influence the call for proposal itself and ask the proposals to be evaluated according to Indeed. And ask really the consortia to use Indeed and evaluate them based on that. I was member of the CSEP evaluation team, so what I can say is, and just taking from the Indeed methodology, is that objectives that we ask these projects to fulfill have to be SMART, in both sense, like SMART, but also SMART as the acronym, because one of the biggest problems that the evaluation found out was that having as an objective for, I don't know, a 500,000 project to reduce radicalization in Europe is just untenable. Same if you combine all the projects together. The scale of the resources that were invested in CSEP was not enough to achieve that objective. So having realistic objectives, it is very important within CSEP, but also beyond that. And I think this is really an open call for policymakers and all of us that are in the position to draft calls for proposal. Another point that I wanted to pick was the shift from an output mentality to a behavioral change mindset. I think when we talk about evaluation and we talk about tenders and calls for proposal, we are bound to, of course, certain contractual requirements that allow us to kind of tick the box, and that's something that we have to do. At the same time, we should not forget that evaluation is about behavioral change, which means to have a strategic communications approach. Because strategic communications at the very essence is about shifting perceptions and attitudes. And I think this is really what has to happen within organizations, also at the high level. And this, from my personal experience, the most difficult thing. But we have to make an effort of selling evaluation in a way that is appealing to the people that are putting money in it. And you mentioned the communications gap. I think there is when I say strategic communications, it's also about let's own the narrative of our evaluation results. Let's make sure that we can tell the story that we want without having other people to tell the story that they want and to weaponize the evaluation results. I think this is really, really important. And yesterday in our circles, we mentioned, for example, the concept of accountability. Accountability is something that's scarce, but it works also in our favor. Because if we publish, for example, the evaluation results, we can say, okay, we haven't achieved what we were meant to achieve, but how many staff do we have? Did we have enough resources to meet those objectives? And again, we can own the narrative and push certain things forward, certain policies forward, make the change that we want. I think you mentioned the resources gap. I will not go into that. Last point I wanted to make before giving the floor to Antoine is about the evidence. In my Cascade training, the challenge I got was, where do I find the evidence? What evidence do I need? I don't have time to do the research when I have a deadline for submission. What is helpful in my personal opinion, is to publish more about public perceptions on security, but also the public data on extremism and radicalization. To my knowledge, there is no harmonized standard within the EU on how we measure extremism in our countries. And this is a major issue, because then everyone can have the data that they want, but there is no publicly owned data on extremism. I think that's something that we can promote at the EU level, to have a standardized approach. And why that? I think that will help into the policy support. Because if you have data, it's harder for the political level to argue that there is a threat that is not there. And you, as a contractor, you can say, well, I have public data that says that actually it's not as you say. So it helps us to anchor, let's say, politicians to something that exists and it's positive and it's there. So those were my points. I'm very happy to take any questions, to have a discussion with you and with the audience.
Thank you very much, Julia, for inspiring thoughts. So for sure we will be, that we will use the ideas from the outside, as we said, because this is the different perspective, and we already were working within the consortium so long time, so we started to even think in the similar way. So it's very, very good to have this fresh blood, let's say, from the outside. So thank you for this, and thank you also for participating, in our activities. So it's absolutely priceless, because also during the implementation of the courses, already we got the information from Kai that within the courses already he noted, the many very valuable insights and the concepts, ideas from participants. So thank you for this. Related to the training, but not only, but to the field of evidence-based evaluation. So it was very useful for us. So now I'm passing the floor to Antoine, who also participated in our training. And please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Antoine Baudon. I'm the business manager and deputy director of the ICCT, the International Center for Counterterrorism. We're an independent project-based think and do tank in the Netherlands, where we work on policy making and capacity building for government practitioners and researchers on how to try to do better CT and PCV. And by better, what I mean is, with my colleague Eileen, who presented yesterday, for the past almost 2 years, we've been keeping 5% of our budgets to do M&E, whether the donor wants it or not. I'm sad to say that sometimes the donors really don't want it and don't want to see the results, but that's for a different discussion. Eileen and I have been privileged to create the M&E Center of Excellence of the ICCT, where we want to do evaluations outside of the ICCT. So not just our projects, but try to other people's projects and try to help them. And when we heard of Indeed, actually when Eileen heard of Indeed, we thought this is a perfect fit. So I went to Bremen, she went to Madrid for the first training on learning of the tools, learning on the methodology, and then we went to the training of trainers, and then we did our cascade trainings, where we trained ICCT staff. And what I'm going to talk to you for the next hour and a half, well, you said 2 hours max, was how we would want to try to bridge the gaps. That is, you gave us an ugly picture of what's out there, and that's fine, because now it gives us work to do. So we want to see what we can do to keep the flame of Indeed alive. I'm thinking of the Olympics. We take that flame, we carry on, and I think everybody can do it. One of the first things we want to do is continue this repository that was created by Indeed. I don't know if ICT can help in any ways to keep this specific repository alive, but I think what we need to do is share results of evaluations. And I've been telling this to Eileen and to many people, and I think you said the same thing. People don't read 150-page reports. People don't read 50-page reports. It's important to write them. It's important to have them. What we're trying to do, we're stuck on the technical part, is to have interactive dashboards where we can have online on our website the results of our evaluation, and people can click and see all the information, all the data. We present it in our neutral way. Here's how we evaluate, here's what we have. For people to have access and to see what is an evaluation, what does it really entail? It's not about pointing the finger, saying this is good, saying this is bad, but about showing what we've done, how we do it, so to demystify what an evaluation is about. So that's the first thing we're going to try to keep doing. ideally, if we could have a repository with all the very long reports, that would also be amazing. So we're going to try to carry the flame this way. The other things we've done is we've done our cascade training. We'll do another one because we had people on holidays, so we'll have the other one for the other staff. And in the end of November, we will have a training for any outsiders in The Hague. Well, I know that The Hague is rainy in November, but we'll have the training in a very beautiful old 1818 bank in a vault. It's going to be a very amazing thing. It's going to be open to anybody, and that's a way to start having trainings for anybody who wants. And the target audience are policymakers, practitioners, and researchers, and anybody who's interested in Europe and abroad. The idea really is to do a very basic training on when you create a tender, or when you reply to a tender, how do you incorporate evidence-based work from the beginning? How do you monitor, and then how you evaluate? So sort of the very basic 2-day training on evidence-based work, which you think 2 days is not a lot. It's a lot of information for people that are new, and it's, again, demystifying what's happening, going on in the trainings. And what we hope to do is then to have more trainings, maybe out of The Hague, in other cities, somewhere a bit warmer, a bit nicer, maybe Warsaw, some nice cities as well, to attract people beyond just the topic, and to have this more and more, to have more people do it, and to have our pool of experts who can then join us to bring more voices from outside to those trainings. And the third way we're going to keep the flame alive, is we're going to try, is what we originally thought with Eileen was to create a culture evaluation in the PCV world. But someone yesterday said that we have a culture, we need to change the culture because we have a culture of no evaluation. Well, we're going to try to do a mix of both. By doing more trainings, by having more outputs out there, by talking more about it, we want to be able to have people do more evaluation. So one of the things we will try to do is try to understand when donors create tenders, why do they not impose a certain budget line for evaluation? It could be a value, it could just be write some metrics, but that's not there. We want to try to understand why they don't do this and try to convince them to do it. We've seen that in the US, the State Department seems to be starting. Okay, that's good. But we would like the EU to do it, the different European countries. The Netherlands, we'd love them to. They're doing it, so we want to do this more and more to show that it's doable, and then back to the start of the first flame. Then you get the results out there, then you train people. So we're trying to create this sort of the vicious circle. I'm using a bad term to present something good, so hopefully that will work. And to try to create this circle where it ends up being a loop and a feedback loop, sort of back into the Indeed model, if you see where I'm going. And this is how we're going to try to bridge most of the gaps. But I don't think as a small organization we can bridge all of them, although that would be amazing, that would be a dream. But I think if we can start carrying the flame, showing that it is possible, then we can have others do it. And because Indeed has created this community, and to keep going, to sharing the results, and being able to say, we've done this, yes, the ICT put its name on it, but it's based on the work of others, and we just keep building and building and building and growing. So I'll stop there, because an hour and a half is gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antoine. And I already noted that you are the volunteer, to help us with the utilization and keeping alive, let's say, our repository. So this is a good idea, because now we are working, of course, also on the plan how to sustain our results and really to use them after the project. So this is also our ambition, that we know that they are good, they are useful, because it was already confirmed by practitioners. And then we have to really think how to make them updated, because they're usually after the projects. This is the problem, and but with the help of ambassadors of Indeed, let's say. So we are sure that it will be possible. Now we will see to what extent, but we are working on it, and yeah. So for sure we will be in touch with you, and it's also really good to hear, to see that you are continuing, that you participated in Indeed activities, and then it's not the end also for you. So you are continuing with the training, which was our dream actually. To prepare something which is attractive and useful for practitioners, and then it will start to live own life. It means that it will be continued by the users. So for us, it's absolutely fantastic. And thank you. So thank you for your voice. And now we are going to Poland. We have also Cezary from training center dedicated to the prison guards. So we would like to also hear the voice from Poland. Cezary, the floor is yours.
Okay, it's great to be here. Since February, I am a commander of our training center. Before I worked 6 years in the prison, then around 12 years as a trainer in our training center. Why we are interested in evaluation? Because what Kai said yesterday, we would like to do our initiatives well. We should measure, we should have some common value of our initiatives, programs, something like that. And of course, I am agreed with this all gaps. We understand our needs. In prison service, we have around 27,000 of prison staff. This is the huge number for training, for our work. And what needs about evaluation we have? For example, we would like to evaluate all our programs, training programs for our staff. This is the first. Second, some of them work making de-radicalization programs or de-radicalization and readaptation programs for our prisoners, that we should know that our job is well. We should have some common value of these programs. At these times, we use some evaluation tools, but not common. We cannot say that we don't know exactly that our job is good or no. Sometimes we don't have information that about these results. Only one indicator at this time what we are using is the scale of resocialization number. But this is not exactly what we are expecting to our readaptation programs. We have lack of trainers, we have lack of experts of evaluation, de-radicalization, that we collaborate with Polish platform of Homeland Security, National Security Agency on some external experts. For example, here we have Dr. Magdalena Algamari. This is not first project that we are working together. Yes, before Air4Just, then Mirat projects. That we see that we need evaluation to know how to do our job well. And I think we are on the beginning in our way to find out about the value of our job.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cezary. It's really good to hear, from the perspective of the prison staff, because what I mentioned in the beginning of our today's meeting, that behind the concept of indeed was the need from the Polish police. So it was this what I saw, I experienced serving for the police, and we had the same problem in the police that, yes, we were implementing many preventive measures, however, they weren't evaluated. And actually we were even doing the thing like this, that actually we were evaluating partially our initiatives, but we didn't know. It means the police officers dealing with the social preventions, that they weren't able to call properly the evaluation. They weren't aware that actually they do partially evaluation, but without the knowledge they couldn't even recognize it, and then they were omitting the evaluation in the assumptions of the programs. So this is why it was a real problem and a real practical need, to do something with this and to prepare police officers, but not only, to the efficient work. So I'm I'm really glad to hear that also prison staff found, that what we were doing in Indeed and what we did in Indeed as a useful. So we will continue the journey because, as Cezary mentioned, that yes, our prison staff is in touch with the Polish Platform for Homeland Security, but not only. We have Collegium Civitas and many other entities, and also Internal Security Agency. And what was already said that during the first day by Jakub Rodzeń, that there is really this bridge built already in Poland between NGOs, as public administration, universities, and all services like police, prison staff. So this is really added value for us. I'm not saying that it's only because of Indeed, because actually this journey we started already many years ago, but for sure Indeed put the brick, to this bridge, very important one, in the field of the evidence-based evaluation and the designing process. So thank you. Thank you for this. So thank you once more, all speakers, for the inputs, for the good ideas and the insights. Already noted, this idea with using our methodology and the tools for the evaluation of the projects. It's a really good idea. So we will be lobbying for this and promoting and proposing actually use of already existing tools. And so thank you also for utilizing the trainings and even going further with them, and seeing the future for the tools in the services. So I have a question to Arif and Pedro. Would you like to also comment something on what was said by our colleagues?
Yeah, thanks, Marjane, and thank you for the three discussants, if I may, of this panel. I'll just start by commenting, and I'll probably touch upon something that you all said. By the last sentence that Cezary mentioned, we are in the beginning to know the value of our job, and this says a lot, and recalled me when a year and a half ago or something I was invited by DG Home. I think it was a RNPS event to go to talk and discuss with the heads of training departments from 14, I think, EU member states on the prison service, on training on PCV. And everyone presented what they are doing, and I asked to make a question. I said, hi, what are the evaluation procedures that you have in place, apart from feedback forms, etc.? And the sound that crickets make at night when you like, gree, 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 no one spoke. There was one guy that spoke, I'm sorry, but this is actually a good point, and we need to talk about this, because I have no idea if my staff is more capable after the training to deal with this issue. What I know is that 95% of my staff was trained on preventing radicalization. Check. What does this mean? I don't know. So it was sad for me to be aware 1 year after that meeting that that guy was no longer in his job. He probably was promoted. And all the others that did not speak, the majority of them were still in the same positions. So this brings me back to what Antoine mentioned, that we do have a culture of no evaluation. But the greatest and the silver lining on this are the strategic orientations on prevention of radicalization. So now we have a policy document that mandates EU member states to evaluate their procedures, and mentioning Indeed. So we have that practical perspective that even if EU member states do not have a culture of evaluation, you are probably avoiding the unavoidable. If you do not change this year, you have to change in 3, 4, 5 years. So just this comment, and thanks for your final words, Cezary.
So, thank you so very much for your contributions, very constructive. So what is, I think, coming out of this sort of dialogues and communication and conversations is that a consensus is being built up now. So we have just started speaking the same language. So we do understand each other now. We have got more trust, and we have got more confidence in each other and in the work that each and every one of us does. That is leading us to the development and consolidation of a common language. I think that is really significant. So if we speak the same language, it is easier to understand, it is easier to get it understood, and it is much more easier to utilize the outcomes of what we do with greater impacts. So I think it is very promising, and we are very happy that indeed is showing its impact now.
Thank you very much, Arif. Arif mentioned what was already mentioned yesterday, that we admitted that even within the consortium in the beginning, we were speaking the different not only languages, but also the terminology, so it was really needed to sit together and define, what is, the behind the terms we are starting using in the Indeed. So we had a very intensive discussions, very dynamic ones, even sometimes we were even a bit quarreling, but finally we found a consensus. Because in the different member states, we were defining in the different way, some main terms. We started with defining on the initiatives. This is actually why we started to use the term initiatives, because then we were using in the different way the terms like programs, like action, like the interventions, initiatives, measures. So it was really needed to start with this with those common definitions. And what Arif said, we are happy that we are proposing something with Indeed. So we know that it will be helpful for practitioners to understand the field and actually to translate it in the common language. And the second thing was that we also were trying to bring closer and create a mutual understanding between the sectors. Different sectors, like because we were working with the law enforcement, with the social workers, with the educators, but not only, we were also working with the different thematic areas. It means that we were bringing closer PVE, CVE, de-radicalization, and the crime prevention. So from all fields and sectors and the different expertise. So we had to sit, stop for the moment, define the common language, and then it was possible to start to work. I have also a question to our audience, if we have other voices from outside, if you would like to comment, to add something what was said already during this session, so please feel free. If not, but I'm sure that during the coffee break, Kai, please.
I'm not a voice from outside, but since we have a moment for questions or feedback, I just wanted to both say thank you to everyone, but also to flag and highlight some of what you said, Julia, which I just thought was so important. One is that when we're designing our initiatives, using SMART goals and SMART objectives, and we have the training on Indeed in designing evidence-based initiatives, and one aspect is really about helping us to be more humble and more realistic and concrete when we're saying what we're trying to achieve in an initiative, and to ground that in rigorous context and situation and needs analysis, which is extraordinary because that's another thing missing across a lot of PVE, CVE design across Europe. It's amazing how often we design initiatives without actually doing a proper or quality analysis of what we're trying to have them impact on. But what I wanted to flag was your suggesting that we also need to look at the factors which impact what an initiative is able to achieve. And those can be both internal and external. Did we actually have enough funding for the scale of the challenge? What is the load on our staff? And are there external contextual factors that are impacting? And what's interesting is very few evaluations actually look at those issues enough. It's done in other fields. The humanitarian field has a lot of experience with that. But it really struck me when you said that, and I think we should flag that in our evaluations, that should be part of it, looking at the enabling and constraining factors internally and externally, which really impact upon what an initiative is able to achieve. And the second was your proposal for creating robust, but also a shared framework and indicators for understanding the problem in Europe, because that could help us to then improve our ability to design appropriate policies in response. So really appreciated both of those thoughts that you shared.
Thank you, Kai. Tarja,
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. We have been discussing a lot that how to continue the development of evaluation, training on evaluation, and how to, in a way, include this to the activities that we have as policymakers, practitioners, and researchers. So, and I was wondering, my question is about the smart hubs, because I have to say, I don't know if I'm the only one in this room, but it is a little bit unclear for me that how these smart hubs in practice work, and how they can support the evaluation in different countries. And I think that it is also important that because we have different kind of approaches and also different structures in prevention of radicalization in different countries. So how the smart hubs will communicate with the existing structures and with the different actors that each member state have, so that there is, good collaboration between smart hubs and also the existing structures, and not any kind of, they are not isolated of the activities that each countries already have. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that. I think that is another flagship of the project that we have been trying to promote. So small hubs, or let's say the very idea of the small hubs sits at the core of the project. The focal points from different countries might be in a better place to comment on that. But since I've been coordinating it in general and also drawing on the experience of working with the small hubs in the UK, but there are a couple of things that I might be able to relate to. So it is accepted, and we do recognize that creating networks of different people is something quite difficult, time-consuming, and then, of course, it requires quite a lot of efforts to build on the experience to continue the collaboration. In the UK, the experience has been a mix of everything. So it has been relatively successful, and in some places we did have this sort of fragmentation and disintegration in terms of communication, in terms of keeping persistent contacts with each other, and also integrating the small hubs into the existing structures and also institutions. These days, the practitioners are overwhelmed by the workload that they get. It is so difficult for them to find time and space to engage with something that is outside their official mandates and in terms of references. But again, we have been trying to promote the idea of small hubs and communication, and also persistent contacts to the activities, to the outcomes and results of the Indeed project. That has been relatively successful. And also, sometimes it becomes really difficult to breach the conflicting priorities that different institutions and structures have got. In some places, the small hub members, they worked independently, and in terms of the levels of seniority, they are in a position to make decisions for themselves. But in some places, they find it really difficult to engage with the Indeed project because they had to seek the approval of their senior colleagues. And then that will make communication quite a layered process, and then we had to approach people at different levels. Overall, when we talk about the impact of the project, I think that is an area of interest that different institutions and structures and the small hub members might continue to engage with. Perhaps drawing on my personal experience, the very last thing is that when we talk about these sort of partnerships, let's look at it as a two-way process. We should not just trying to bring people or external stakeholders to contribute to the project, but at the same time, we need to contribute to what they do as well. What I did with the small hub members was that, so I went to their events. I did lecturing for them, so I taught the students, and I contributed to their publications by doing reviews, collecting resources, or giving them access to data that we have got at Centric. So it is just a circular process, so it is a two-way engagement, and I think we should continue working on this. So I know 3 years looks quite a lot, but at the same time, building trust, network, and utilization strategy will require more time.
Thank you, Arif. I think that I will add also an important thing that we didn't want to bypass or replace or duplicate, the already existing networks. We were aware that in some countries we have already very well functioning the networks of experts, first-line practitioners, policymakers dealing with the PVCV and the radicalization or the crime prevention. So in this case, in the countries like Finland, like Belgium, we didn't create anything new. We rather harvest and invited people, from already existing networks to the dialogue with Indeed. And we were discussing with them the needs, and also we were engaging them in the identification of the gaps. And then they were invited to work together with us, and of course we will share with them the results. But in the countries like Poland, we were aware that we were lacking totally, of the really integrated network dealing with the PV-ECV and the radicalization and also crime prevention. So we created the Smart Hub and invited people dealing with the issue of evaluation and the designing process. So it was our aim. And actually, like in Poland, we knew that experts work on the European level, being engaged in the radicalization awareness network, but they do not work together on the national level. So in this case, the Indeed Smart Hub helped us, to meet those people. So it was the concept behind. Thank you very much. Any additional comments, questions? Oh, Magda, please.
Also mentioned, because not only Project Indeed, but as academic and as a researcher, I can give you a very interesting example from my field. I started in 2008, and I try to find the proper word for radicalization. In 2008, nobody are talking about radicalization. So I tried to create the definition of culture security. So I start with the military training forces going to Iraq and Afghanistan and try to show them what kind of threats they have with the people inside the specific groups, insiders. Then we have the talking also about the counterterrorism. We add some points, we add migration. And after 3 years in Indeed, it's not only the specific knowledge and also the common words, but it's also human factor. Now because everyone has mentioned now about the common words, but also the common definition. For me, as a practitioner going to the centers, making the trainings is easier. Even as a researcher, now I can publish something and I have sources. Because from 2008, I wish that someone will evaluate my trainings. But in the end of the day, everyone only asking about materials. That's it. So we are a little bit like the free electrons, and because it's reality, sorry, but nobody can check who is doing what. So between radicalization, the identification of migrants, and the stuff and points which are very complicated. So we try to find the comprehensive approach, but also we would like to be used in the trainings, because nobody call us and say, okay, you are dealing with it, your paper, your research. And because after 3 years in Indeed, this human factor is super important. So thank you, and also Polish platform to be with you, and Marzena and all of you, because it's amazing job what you done during these 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magdalena. Yeah. So, as you can see, also personally, that we are so happy that that Poland was so much engaged, because for us it was really opportunity to push this field, forward. and meet and finally work together with the colleagues. So thank you. Yes, I see already. I was, the discipline by Natalia, now by Kai. So apologies that we have to finish this session, but this is not the end. We will continue, and of course, during the coffee break, we will still have opportunity to discuss. So I'm still staying here as the moderator. So thank you, dear colleagues. Yeah.
I'm in trouble.
Yes, it seems so.
That party was for you guys.
But dear colleagues, we do not have a break, so we are continuing. It's an additional session, and after this session is a coffee break. Yes, I was saying that during the coffee break, there will be the possibility, but it's not yet the time for the coffee break. So now we are moving, now we are moving to the second session. Yes, but if you could take a seat, please, because we are moving to the next session. Could I kindly ask you, because we are continuing? Thank you. So, just a second. I will close them. I'm not disappearing, I'm just closing the doors. And dear colleagues, if I could kindly ask you, because we are continuing, this is not the break yet. So we are moving to the next session on designing evidence-based initiatives with an evaluation in mind. It was already mentioned yesterday. Just a second. I will just close the doors from the bar. Dear colleagues, if I could ask you, yes, to be focused still, because we have our next speakers. And also we will have, again, the voices from the outside. And we will present you the, Yes, please, Marta. Yes, take a seat. Actually, now we would like to move to the session dedicated to thinking about the evaluation from the start, from the beginning. It means including evaluation in the designing process. It was already mentioned by us at least a few times yesterday that indeed we were underlining that this is our recommendation, kind of the message that we would like to disseminate within the Europe, that really it's important to think about the evaluation already on the stage of designing of initiative. So we would like to today show you, from the Indeed perspective, how our approach, and also we have invited speakers. We have Bianca, we have Marta, and we have Tom. And similarly, as in the previous session, we would like to hear, the perspective from the colleagues who already had contact with Indeed, and our tools and our approaches, but also we would like to hear from them what they think about this concept and this message of including evaluation in the entire process of designing. We do not have with us, unfortunately, Irina van der Vet, who because of the private reasons, she couldn't join us. And Irina actually was very much engaged together with the other colleagues from University of Helsinki in the preparation of the evidence-based model, tool, and our e-guidebooks. But we still have, luckily, Stefan Klose with us from University of Brussels, who also was much engaged in the entire process. So I would like to start with the presentation from Stefan, and then we will discuss with Bianca, Marta, and Tom, and we will ask them about their insights. So, Stefan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Marzena. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to focus in the next 15 minutes or so on the topic of evidence-based initiative design, and I want to briefly look with you at how we have defined that term. Indeed, as Marzena mentioned earlier, terminology is important, so we're going to start with a definition. And I want to show you how we've been thinking about initiative design in the process of our project. And as also Marzena just mentioned, good evaluation in our mind starts with good initiative design. So after that, after going through a bit of defining that term and telling you how we think about it, I want to run quickly through some of the tools that we have developed in the project that can support evidence-based initiative design. So we will look at the repositories, we will look at the evidence-based evaluation tool that we've developed, and I want to just, in so very brief terms, because we don't have much time, at least give you a sense of what they're about and how they can be used. So very briefly, what does evidence-based initiative design mean? Many of you may already be familiar with how we've defined the term, but for some, this may be about refreshing your understanding of evidence-based initiative design. For others, I want to show you that we have defined evidence-based initiative design as a decision-making process, which integrates three elements. The first of those elements is best available evidence. The second is what we call professional judgment. And the third and final one is what we refer to as stakeholder values, preferences, and circumstances. So let me run through those three very briefly. So the first point is probably the most obvious one. Like, we argue in our project that it's important to rigorously review the evidence base as we go about designing an initiative. So the whole point here is to say we know a lot more these days about radicalization, about risk and protective factors, about different initiatives, because many have been evaluated. As much as we sort of keep also rightly saying that we need more evaluations, there is a lot of evaluation already out there. And as we design an initiative, we should take that knowledge into account. And as Julia mentioned in the previous session, that can be very hard to do. We have a lot of evidence on a lot of things related to PCVE, but much of that knowledge is scattered across a lot of different outlets, right? So we have different disciplines working on PCVE, from psychology to criminology to sociology to education science, and it's very hard for anyone to have a full overview of all the important research that is coming out. At the same time, we have many countries, regions, cities that are evaluating initiatives, but it is hard for anyone to keep an overview of what the evaluations tell us about different initiatives. So there is, I think, an important challenge here. We need to make sure that we are good at collecting the evidence that is out there in an efficient way, and that we think of good ways for communicating that evidence to the people who need to make decisions about which initiative to go with in a certain locality. Right? So, but importantly, that is only one element of evidence-based initiative design. Right? Reviewing the evidence is important, but what we're not arguing here is that researchers will have a good overview, perhaps in some cases, of the field of PCVE, and when it comes to research, are best positioned to design initiatives, right? So that's not the idea, but we acknowledge that initiative design is also about sound professional judgment, and that means that we say initiative design requires a lot of skill. It's a craft in itself. When we design an initiative, we have to think about a number of things. Obviously, our initiative should be informed by evidence, and that's very important, but we need to think about budgetary constraints. We need to be good at delegating tasks to the right partners who are implementing them. We need to think of a myriad of things that are important to make that initiative work in practice. So there is a need there for training as well, right? So we do not need to only look at what does the evidence tell us. It's rarely straightforward what the literature out there has to say. So all of that needs to be interpreted and interpreted within a certain local context. And there's some people who are very well positioned to do that, and we need to make sure that we have the right people in charge of designing initiatives. Third point, and this is equally important, we need to make sure that the communities, the individuals who are affected by certain initiatives are properly considered in the entire process. That's to say that the most effective, potentially effective solution out there is not necessarily the most proportionate or the most legitimate, the most appropriate in the eyes of those who are the receiving end of that initiative. Right? So to avoid unintended consequences, to avoid that the communities are adversely affected by whatever we propose as an initiative, we need to reach out at an early stage, make sure that there's a dialogue, and involve communities and individuals sufficiently. So that's the basis of evidence-based initiative design. And now we've developed a number of tools that can help at different stages of the design process, that speak to different elements of that design process. And I'm going to first take a look with you at two repositories that we've developed. There's a repository of studies on risk and protective factors. There's another repository of evaluations. So they mainly speak to the evidence gathering element of evidence-based initiative design. Then I will briefly also take a look with you at our evidence-based evaluation tool, our trainings and our learning resources. And you probably heard about all of these in some way or another throughout this program. So now we're going to, more practically really take a look at what they are. So first, the repository of studies on risk and protective factors. You've got a QR code here. If you like, you can take a look at it. It also works on mobile phones now. And this repository collects all studies that we could find on risk and protective factors. And there are many, many studies out there that deal with this. And what we have done is not only collect these studies and put them on a website, but we've coded all these studies. And that coding allows you to search for studies in a much more targeted way. So it's not only a long list that you will find on the website of close to 300 studies, but rather what you find on this website is a number of search filters which allow you to search that database in a targeted way. So for instance, if you're only interested in if you only want to know about certain risk and protective factors as they relate to right-wing extremism, then you can look at right-wing extremism. You can select that filter, and the repository will show you all studies that are relevant for that phenomenon. You can equally look at very specific risk factors. So if you are designing an initiative, for instance, that addresses the parents of at-risk individuals, then you can look in a very targeted way at studies that have looked at what kind of risk or protective factor parenting is. So you can better understand the phenomenon of parenting, better understand the connection between parenting and radicalization. And that, again, we hope can help to create more robust theories of change. And that's, of course, a very important part of the early design phase, or should be an important part of the early design phase. And we try to hammer the argument here generally that if you have a good theory of change, chances are that you will also be in a better position to evaluate your program later on, right? Because that already gives you a sense of what it is that you want to evaluate, what your indicators might be, right? So that's one of the tools we have developed. Another one is a repository of evaluations. Again, you can check the QR code. It's already available. Both repositories are freely available to anyone, so there's no login required. You can go straight to the website and use it. And what we've tried to do in this repository very similarly is to collect evaluations that are already out there, or studies on different types of initiatives, so that when you plan an initiative, you can quickly check what we so far know about this type of initiative. If you are looking into developing a counter-narrative program, for instance, you can go to this repository and check what kinds of evaluations and studies are already out there that have looked at counter-narrative specifically. And you can then build in that knowledge as you design your program. So you can check what we so far know about the general effectiveness of counter-narratives. You can check what kinds of counter-narratives seem to work better than others, that sort of thing. This repository is currently still being filled with evaluations, and we hope to continue that process as well beyond Indeed. So there's much work that remains to do, but the infrastructure, the website is there and is operating. Then we've got the evidence-based evaluation tool. This tool looks at evaluation quite broadly, so there are different modules, different scenarios that will help you to implement an evaluation at different stages. But we have one module that is dedicated to formative evaluation, which looks at and gives guidance for how you can evaluate your program as part of your initiative design process. So there we go into best ways to develop a theory of change. And what we are trying to promote here is not just any theory of change. I mean, we have a lot of programs out there that are, proposing theories of change. What we are doing more specifically is advance an understanding of theories of change as evidence-based. And there, again, the same three elements that we started with are important. So theories of change should be informed by evidence, they should involve professional judgment, and they should take into account the values and preferences of the communities and individuals at the receiving end. And in this tool, we try to walk you through some of the steps that we think are important in designing initiatives that way. Two more slides. The trainings, we've already heard that many of you have joined those trainings in Bremen, in Madrid, in Cluj. And in those trainings, those of you who have been there will remember we had one day dedicated to initiative design, where we walked you through the different steps of designing initiatives in an evidence-based way. These trainings and the training materials, they also build on the tools that I've already showed you. So they show in a very practical way how the repositories can be used, how the evaluation tool can be used in practice. And then finally, we have a wealth of learning resources at this point. Some of you who follow us on LinkedIn will have been very well informed about the many podcasts and webinars, video interviews, and more that we've been putting out over the past few weeks. And many of you were involved in creating that content as well. So thank you very much for your support there as well. And there are a number of learning resources that speak directly to evidence-based initiative design, where we talk in various different formats and ways about how to best design initiatives following our principles. All right, I think I will leave it here. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to hearing the reactions.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you could, to Bianca. So thank you. We will just change the slide. Yes. As I already mentioned, we have three invited guests. We have Bianca Balea from New Horizon Foundation, Marta Isakidi from Greek Asylum Service, and also Tom Fisher from Coventry University. So, similarly, as it was done in the previous session, we would like to ask you for your insights, suggestions, your thoughts about what was presented by Stefan, and also sharing with us the experience which you have already, some of you, with Indeed. So I would like to invite Bianca to start.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Some of you already know me because we met in other situations here in the project. We went together to training in Madrid. We went together in training in Cluj, train the trainer, and I was also part of the Riga meeting. I'm sorry, I am emotional when I speak in front of so many people. I am used to speak with my computer. So, so sorry for mistakes or I don't know, the emotions that. I just want to say that very important things have already been said by previous speakers, and this may allows me to focus my intervention on what impacted my work. So I just want to stress one time that designing initiatives with an evidence-based evaluation plan is a necessity across sectors like education, PVCVE, health, and social welfare. Yet, far too often, what I see is that projects, long or short term, with low or high budgets, local or national, are designed without a deep inquiry into the existing evidence, assumptions, or ethics that should guide their design. More often than not, fundamental questions are left unaddressed. Does the community need the program? Does it answer the specific needs of the individuals and the local context? Does the program create a positive impact, or could it unintentionally cause harm? And perhaps most importantly, especially in our field, education sector, what happens after the program ends? The Indeed Guide provides a framework for tackling these critical questions. One of its strongest aspects is insistence on using existing evidence, engaging all relevant stakeholders in the decision-making process, challenging underlying assumptions, ensuring a direct connection between program outputs, outcomes, and the final goal, utilization of the results. What I find most helpful is how the Indeed tool helps evaluators and me tailor evaluation plans specifically to the program needs. It ensures that the evaluation serves the initiatives, not the evaluator's personal strengths or preferences. And again, this happened to me because I have some competencies. Some are better, some are not that better, not that good. So when I design something, I saw that I'm trying to look at me. What do I know to do best? But this is not the solution. We have to try to move forward, to educate ourselves and to design evaluations that tailor the needs of the projects, the needs of the individuals, and the needs of the community. Sorry. However, an area where we often struggle is harvesting results. In many cases, long evaluation reports go unread and programs end without learning from past efforts. The cycle then repeats with a new program starting, but little is applied from previous experiences. This creates a missed opportunity to deepen the impact. A crucial step forward will be educating stakeholders on the importance of collectively reviewing and applying results. I believe one way to address this gap is through training on how to produce agile, actionable reports that are concise and to the point. Additionally, workshop-style presentations could involve all stakeholders in the review process, fostering a collaborative reflection on results. Another critical area for future improvement is ethics and data privacy. The current model, while valuable, does not dedicate enough focus to these issues, given the importance of protecting both individuals and communities. Ethics and data management should be central to any evidence-based initiative toolkit. This is, again, a very important problem that we face in our organization because we are a small organization, and more often than not, we deal with data as we know. Nobody taught us, nobody tell us what can happen with the data. We have very high sensitive data that can be directly connected with the individuals, and for sure, for long term, it could do more harm than good. I just want to stress that the fully realize the potential of the Indeed tool evaluator must be equipped with the capacity to implement evaluation plans effectively. I believe that regular training programs could be immensely helpful, particularly if they focus on each phase of the Indeed module. Practitioners need to see how evaluation can become an integral part of their initiatives, not a disconnected task. Funds should be allocated to pilot projects to test these evidence-based approaches in all the sectors. Another possibility for enhancing the interest of practitioners that are not experts in evaluation on using evidence-based evaluation in the process of initiative design is to use AI to create prompts for each phase of the evaluation process, especially in the designing phase, such as when formulating the very important tool, theory of change. It's a very important tool, but it's very hard to be written, to be designed by someone who doesn't have experience in using this tool. AI-driven tools could help practitioners to develop a tailored evaluation plan. And I'm doing this because, again, I am a researcher. And to become an evaluator, I saw that I have to educate myself to make tools to be simple to implement, but in the same time to be sure that what I design measures the impact and shows the value of the program. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bianca, for this. This is very important, what Bianca said, that she's an evaluator. But it doesn't mean that if we have experience that we cannot use, the existing tools just to refresh maybe our approach, or just to verify if the process done by us, it's really, sometimes it's like a tip. Do not forget, the important elements, so we can just go through the tool and tick in the box, that's all steps, all components, and all stages of evaluation were really planned properly by us. So thank you for this, Bianca, because it's very important that this is not only for the newcomers in the field, the new people who would like to learn, but also for those who have already experience. So thank you for this. I just wanted to add that Bianca also, she participated in the training, but she also supported, the exercise on using the Indeed tool to evaluate, to build the action plan, to evaluation plan for one of her foundation initiative. So it was really, really useful for us to have a practitioner, but also researcher, and to really see how it works. And then it was also possible to harvest from her experience and to see, okay, so we thought that something will be working better, but then we have to correct. So thank you for this, Bianca, and for your insights. And having this said, so I'm passing the floor to Marta from Asylum, Greek Asylum Service.
Thank you. As a member of the Greek Smart Hub and the public officer with many years' experience in the field of international protection, I would like to thank Indeed for giving me the chance to reflect on evidence-based policies and evaluations. The first thing that came up to my mind was that public policy in Greece was usually closer to the incremental model. Then I discovered that nowadays there is a common desire in the public discourse for more informed, evidence-based public policies, followed by evidence-based evaluation, in the belief that this would reduce policy failure. This means that evidence can and should inform both the development and implementation of policies, being able to direct policymakers on whether they should continue with a particular initiative or amend it. However, one of the first questions that need to be answered by policymakers designing initiatives is what constitutes evidence for the effectiveness of public service initiatives, especially when facing the challenge of evaluating policies linked to radicalization vulnerabilities of newcomer migrants and refugees for successful integration. Greece, as the main getaway for refugees fleeing into Europe, could be very much interested in developing PV policies for newcomers. Indeed, approach could help significantly through the developed tools and the repository of evaluations and evidence-based practices to make explicit how an initiative designed to be evaluated by evidence can impact in the practitioner's culture and the policy-making style. It's highly attractive for countries in the process of making multiple reforms, and I explain why. Firstly, policymakers can easily find the main PV-CV objectives to prioritize their goals. Secondly, it can highlight deeply embedded factors that public policy interventions should deal with. Nevertheless, the current global instability, the multi-crisis, and the new technologies could eventually lead to innovative policies implemented for the first time, I mean. The Indeed evaluation tool could be extremely helpful in that direction. However, as it is based on the existing PV-CV experience, it remains to be answered whether new radicalization trends and policy initiatives interact with the already developed tools. It is already apparent that although evidence-based policymaking in the first instance sounds ideal, the application is not without criticisms. This means that policymaking based on objective evidence becomes complex in the current times. And we need evidence that derives both from quantitative and qualitative data, as Indeed tool does, but in interaction with the field, therefore giving the necessary feedback for its development. CVPV initiative should be based on the best available evidence, on a professional judgment approach, of course, but we need to determine the type of evidence to be sought for more target groups exposed to different forms of radicalization factors, such as asylum seekers, giving new dynamics to the evaluation tool. So I'm wondering, identifying the best evidence means using statistical ways of analysis? I don't know. Conclusions derived from evidence-based evaluation are useful only if they are put into action in current policies. I don't know. Stakeholders' performance should, of course, be constantly evaluated to measure intangible things like awareness, attitude, and appreciation. But performance per se is not enough for the successful implementation of initiatives. Working in the field of international protection means constantly interacting with people from different cultures, different social backgrounds, and life experiences in a challenging working environment. Collecting and selecting evidence for the establishment of material facts is an integral part of our job. Thus, we have the necessary familiarity with the term. Hence, evidence assessment in asylum procedures differs from most other administrative or legal procedures due to the lack of regular means to obtain objectively verifiable evidence. In many cases, the only evidence submitted by the applicant is statements that will therefore play a key role when assessing the application for international protection and the designing of PV initiatives. In light of the above, any initiative toward the secondary prevention of violent extremism among asylum seekers is not expected in legal terms to reach the level of certainty or beyond reasonable doubt, but only that of the reasonable degree of likelihood. Therefore, designing an evidence-based initiative for the prevention of violent extremism in asylum administrative procedures with evaluation in mind could be considered a major challenge. These unique features maybe need tailor-made evaluation approaches. The Indeed evaluation tool, offering step-by-step instructions for planning various kinds of evaluations, could help probably to overcome these obstacles, keeping in mind that decision-making combines the use of evidence tools with the practitioner's professional judgment. Therefore, the use of Indeed evaluation tool offering a structured approach at the designing level by professionals in the field could strengthen furthermore the evidence-based practices of PV initiatives. Let's see very briefly how Module 1 of the Indeed tool could provide international protection policymakers with a roadmap for designing PV initiatives and achieving the desired outcomes in an effective, efficient, and accountable manner. But I need your help. As policymakers, stakeholders, we have to think, first of all, the type of the initiative we would like to choose. Okay, I propose a PV for the training of case workers on asylum seekers' radicalization vulnerabilities during international protection interviews for developing specific counter-radicalization and integration policies. Of course, we know from Indeed that we need a multi-stakeholder approach, government and non-governmental stakeholders, executive officers, PV practitioners. But we have to collect evidence. And I will give you some time to think. What kind of evidence is suitable for this kind of initiatives? We have to consult the research on radicalization to check what kind of data we have according to the studies and the results that are applicable in the context in which the initiative will be implementing using Indeed repository of studies on risk and protective factors. Probably existing research doesn't provide significant guidance and inspiration as to what kinds of approaches and methods may be suitable for our project. It is important, of course, to ensure that those who are to implement the initiative have the necessary resources at their disposal to run professionally and effectively the initiative, and to set together the objectives. And then to develop monitoring and indicators, establishing systematic practices of record keeping, and to decide altogether the evaluation schedule and to form the evaluation team. If we don't have all this, we have to cancel this initiative. Now, let's, I'm joking, of course. One of the greatest achievements of evidence-based evaluation could be the creation of databases, sharing the same principles and structure. Even in the case of trust-in, trust-out outcomes, there is a solid background of reviewing the inputs and creating more efficient policies, allowing a systematic evaluation of results. Hence, the development of ongoing evaluation and data meta-analysis is a method by which policymakers could identify multiple gaps and then critically analyze them to come up with a summary of interventions. The data could be sound when the PV-CV initiatives of challenging areas, such as the migration of third country nationals, are designed from the first step to undergo evidence-based evaluation, strengthening at the same time a practitioner's capabilities, knowledge, and skills. Of course, there are some limitations. Academics have engaged in the development of indicators-based approaches to counter terrorism and counter radicalization that aim to identify and act upon individuals who might resort to religiously motivated violence. Indeed, Project Tool has created important repositories of relevant research and evaluations, and the tools to design initiatives and train the stakeholders. We can use them to raise radicalization factor awareness. However, any counter-radicalization initiative does not necessarily materialize in the same way across different localities and populations. On the contrary, the radicalization vulnerability of refugee migrants is dynamically incorporated into new context and is very much dependent on the early policies of the host countries. Therefore, a common PVCV evaluation tool for all policies and interventions can be developed further by adapting to the relevant categories and the national local circumstances. Paying attention to the dynamics of radicalization is more than ever important, as several ongoing critical factors should be addressed regularly and incorporated into the existing evidence-based evaluation guidelines to ensure continuous feedback on the changing radicalization concerns and policies. Given the central role the evaluation should play in any evidence-based PV initiative, there is a pressing need for big data analytics, specific interventions, and multidiscipline approaches that could lead to common, systematic, and transparent approaches in European policymaking. Finally, as radicalization does not necessarily materialize in the same ways across different countries, we miss the big image due to the lack of big data. Thanks to the Indeed approach, specifically designed to support professional judgment, we have finally the chance to make up for lost time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marta. It's very important for us because you spoke mainly about the policies and strategies. And it's really important to underline that, among our initial discussions in the consortium and this process of defining the main terms, we also had a discussion on the recognition and the kind of categorization of the preventive measures, of the initiatives. We decided to call them initiatives, but we divided them into 4 main categories: policies and strategies. Then we were talking about the long-term comprehensive programs, then about the short-term actions and ad hoc interventions, because we saw that we named them in the different way in the member states. So be able to work on the tools, helping to design those initiatives and to evaluate them, it was needed to make this categorization. So thank you for this, because the policies and strategies, we recognize in the consortium that very often they do not include evaluation. The plan how the policy or strategy will be evaluated. So this is very important that you show us that our tools can help to lead, the process of inclusion of evaluation into the policy or strategy, and then also, to check if this policy or strategy works. So thank you for this. And actually that you were talking about the migration and the asylum seekers environment. So actually this is also important for us because we didn't have representatives of this area in our consortium. So it's really, really good to hear, from you. And then I'm passing the floor to Tom. So please introduce yourself and share with us your thoughts.
Thank you very much. If I hold the mic like this, can everyone hear? Yeah, it's okay. Kai, I'm conscious that I'm between everyone else and lunch. So can you just tell me the time? Between everyone else and the break. Break,
and the
not
coffee
lunch.
break,
It's
not
coffee
lunch
break.
yet.
Okay. Well, equally important. 11:20. Great, that's fine. Plenty of time. Okay, so thank you for asking me to do this. And this is my second Indeed event. I came in probably halfway through. Was it the last one? So I work at Coventry University with my colleague Dan in the middle there. So I'm an evaluator. I've been an evaluator for 15 years. I've evaluated basically anything they would pay me to evaluate. So I did not start in violent extremism stuff. I started in housing and homelessness and intra-Islamic dialogue and food poverty and child poverty and peace building. And I've been around wherever the money was, effectively. Not that I get the money, of course, the university gets the money. But it means that I've come to PCVE from the outside. And for about 6 or 7 years now, I've been focused mainly on that, mainly on PCVE. It means evaluating stuff for 15 years means that I only really know how to think as an evaluator. So when I was asked to do this, I approached it as an evaluator would. My colleague asked me this morning over breakfast whether I knew if Indeed had been evaluated itself. I didn't know. So I thought I would approach it in the way that we would approach evaluation. So I've done a theory of change. It's only mine, and it's only a joke, so don't take it too seriously. There are 4 pathways in the theory of change from an external perspective. The first one that I'd like to talk about is a practical, tangible pathway, so a contribution to practice and to things that you can touch and feel. So Indeed has given us and given me new tools. We know that. We know that it's given us new training, new ideas. That's great. For me, I'm a bit of a geek, so the most important thing for me is the repositories, particularly the repositories of evaluation. For me, that's like getting our field organised. It's like housekeeping, getting it all together. So PCV is a bit of a bitty field. It's all over the place. And putting it in one place has been fantastically useful. I've found new stuff that I wouldn't have found otherwise, and I'm someone who looks. So if you're someone who doesn't generally look, there's loads and loads of information there, so highly recommend that. I think there's a really important thing about getting all of the evidence in one place and putting it under people's noses. I also think that a lot of the evaluation work that we've done, you go to a community-based initiative, you ask them what they want to achieve, what they're trying to achieve, and you get a very woolly, fuzzy answer. No one has ever said, well, we're looking at these protective factors and they relate to it in this way logically. It's usually our job to say, that might be this. You might be talking about self-efficacy. You might be talking about this, blah, 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 blah. So having the evidence organised by protective and risk factors is a really helpful nudge for initiatives to start thinking critically about what their initiatives will actually address. It gives them a typology to align to effectively. So I think there's big practical contributions that will have, well, it's got promise for great effect. The big thing now is we need to get people to use it. Right? Pathway number 2 is dialogical. So today is a great example. This event has been a great example. Indeed has brought together policy, practice, and research. We know that. Perhaps less obviously, it's created the conditions for dialogue. Very, very good conditions. Had great conversations here. That doesn't always happen. In particular, I think it's been very good at cementing a field in which policy, practice, and research can understand each other. It's been a great forum for bringing people together to actually have conversations. If Indeed continued, and if Indeed was much bigger, we might actually end up having a field, maybe the first field in history, where policy, practice, and research actually do talk to each other and understand each other. So it's been great for cementing that as a mechanism in our field. Then number 3 is cultural contributions. So Indeed, I think, has great symbolic value. So I think it has shown the field that an evidence base, or using evidence in both evaluation and in initiatives, is the right thing to do. So PCV as a field is still emerging. We've had it for 20 years or so, but it's still quite immature. And to get it to the next level of maturity, we need to start setting our norms. We need to say, these are our principles, this is what we believe in. And if one of the things we believe in as a result of Indeed is we do everything based on evidence, that's a fantastic starting point for the next 20 years. So that's number 3. I think it's been really, really successful in that. And then number 4 is perhaps where it gets a little weaker. And this isn't to blame anything or anyone, but there are significant structural constraints. So has Indeed contributed to changing or challenging the structures and overcoming structural barriers in evaluation or in practice? I think it's done as much as a project could possibly do, in my view. But speaking to you all over the last couple of days, particularly speaking to those in policy, there are massive, massive barriers. One of them that I've heard most regularly is funding. Policy makers want to do evaluation, but there isn't always the funding for it. And I've heard some specific examples around the room there. So we can't really expect Indeed to overcome that, but it is a barrier that's there. Another barrier is the disposition of politicians. Politicians use evidence when it supports their view in general. Not my view, but that's what the research on policy development is. They would pick and choose evidence to support their viewpoint. And we can't change that. Now that clashes with our view of evidence-based use, right? We want to use all the evidence. We don't just want to select it. We can't change that. We can try and push, but we can't change it. And I think policymakers sometimes, but more often politicians, care much more about the start of initiatives than they do about the results. They want to get off the ground, they want the headline, they want it funded, they want to claim the win, and then whatever happens next, happens next. It's someone else's problem. That poses a big problem for evaluators in getting them to care about the things that we've written about. And that's a big structural barrier as well, that evaluation isn't front and centre in the minds of the very people that commission stuff. So we need to push against those barriers wherever we can. The big barrier, and I'm glad to hear it's been talked about on 3 or 4 of the panels so far, the big barrier is getting evaluations to be published. And this is where the cultural pathway comes in again. We've now got a repository of loads of evaluations, probably not all of them. We can still add to it. But we can use that, and we should be using that after this conference, to point to policymakers and to practitioners, look, there's this massive collection of evidence that we can contribute to. You're now part of this movement. If you allow me to publish this thing that I've written, you're now part of this movement of adding to the evidence base of this emerging field. I think that's a really important milestone in this field. Okay, those are the 4 pathways. So overall, 3 out of 4, very good. 1, you were going to struggle to change anyway. And the final thing that I wanted to say was about PCVE as a field in general, so beyond Indeed. The first session I went to yesterday was about the landscape of the threats. And it's something I've heard a couple of times before, but it was put really eloquently by those speakers, that the problem itself is morphing. It's changing completely. The word convergence was used over and over again because the threat of violent extremism interacts with other threats of geopolitics, of violent misogyny, of whatever it is. So violent extremism is interacting with all of these threats. That means that our field of PCVE needs to interact with other fields. Now, for the last 20 years, it's effectively been a field that's taken the logic of counterterrorism into other fields of practice, so education, social work, health. It's taken it to those fields. I think the gap and the thing that needs to happen in the next 20 years is better interaction between PCVE and other forms of violence prevention. So if we're going to make a dent in this, we need to be working with people who are specialists in gender-based violence, violence against women and girls. We need to be working with those that work in protective security and other forms of counterterrorism. And in particular, we need to be working with people that work in conflict prevention and work in conflict-affected states. I think that's going to be a really, really big thing for the next 10 years. I'm not the first person to say that. I think that's one thing that we need to do. We need to get better interaction with violence prevention fields. That will solve part of the problem. Before we get to that, I think we need to cement our own legitimacy. As a field, as I said, we've been a bit messy, we've been a bit all over the place. We're a field that's effectively been made up. We've borrowed from other areas, we've taken a bit here and a bit there. And I think after 20 years now, we have what is almost a legitimate field. I think evaluation plays a massive role in continuing that legitimacy. Evaluation effectively says, it's had this impact on these people. And that legitimizes it. So in order to interact with the fields of violence prevention, which are very well established, we needed indeed to get our house in order. We needed to collect our evidence, to collect our evaluations, to cement our norms. I think after this, providing that these tools are used, providing that we go away and tell people about them, I think we're in a much better position as a result of Indeed to now take our capital and our strengths and know what our principles and norms are into those fields of violence prevention and have more productive, legitimate conversations. I think, for me, that's the legacy of Indeed. And I guess the final thing to say is that that legacy now rests on people like yourselves and me to go out and actually use the tools that have been created. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. And yes, you are absolutely right. You know that you. This is not the first meeting with Indeed for you. You were engaged in our research forum, and honestly, we also were harvesting from your knowledge when we were, working on the concepts of our, the results, what we wanted to achieve, and then the conceptualization, the process. So. You had your input as well, that together with the other researchers when we met in Brussels. And I want to just say that thank you for this, that you showed us that you see as a researcher, as a representative of academia, that our tools can be useful also for you. Actually, it was our aim, but we weren't so sure that if we will be able to achieve, but it seems that it works. So I'm really happy to hear that you really feel today, that you are the part of this discussion, of this dialogue on the evaluation, on the designing process, together with practitioners, policymakers, and academia. So it was our aim. And happy to hear that we at least partially achieved this. At the same time, thank you for showing the limitations, because we are very optimistic and happy, but at the same time, we were all the time, we had the colleagues who were reminding us, that yes, we achieved what we achieved, but still we have limitations, and we should be aware of this, because then use of our tools and the approaches proposed by Indeed will be more efficient, knowing, those barriers and the limitations. Also from the perspective what Marta and Bianca said, that we have a different expertise, the level of knowledge. Sometimes we have to really critically think about our competences. Also from the perspective of the specific area of, in which we are working. So what was said by Marta. So thank you for this, because it's absolutely important to have it in mind. I wanted to ask Stefan if he would like to also reflect on what was said by our guests.
Yes, only very briefly. I'm not going to respond to every point, Martha. There was a lot. We'll maybe have a chat over coffee in a moment. I'm just going to focus on two things which I think we will discuss further in the afternoon as well, points that came up, I think, in all of your remarks. So the first is about the changing landscape. So I think this is very important for us to bear in mind, that the landscape is evolving, it's changing rapidly, and our tools that we've developed, which all look pretty, and we can agree that they're useful at this moment, that we have to make sure that we have a structure where we can adapt to those changes. And I think if we do not find that structure, there's a risk that many of our tools will be outdated in a short time. So we have to think about a functioning structure that allows us to adapt properly to changes, and also to incorporate a lot of the evidence that is produced in PCVE, both on the side of evaluations and in research, and also think beyond the two repositories that we have, which is great, but it's only two slices, in the sort of wider PCVE conversation that we cover that way or capture that way. So we have a great infrastructure, but we really have to think about how we best make sure that they not only updated regularly, but can really strengthen and improve on them. And then the second point, Tom, you were asking that question, has indeed been evaluated. Right? So we usually very strongly emphasize that point, that at the end of the project, at the end of an initiative, one should think carefully about what was achieved and what we can learn from that, and how we can capture change effects and react to what we see, right? So we really should carefully consider at this point, seeing as we still have a little bit of time left, right? Probably should have a meeting about this, about how we can make sure that we evaluate, what we have done in some form or another, and think about the right structure in which that can happen properly. So that is not just, a ticking box exercise at the end. And I know that we have a review at the end of this project, so that's nice, but it's probably, considering the high standards that we set, we should think about how we can go beyond that exercise. All right, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan, for this. Actually, I'm smiling because I thought already the same, and I took a note and I said, yeah, we have to meet and to think, the really how to show that we are using our own methodology, our own approach, to describe the process of evaluation of our project and then the results, and then to present it to the Commission and really make it useful for reuse and to feed the field and to think about the future project. So this is challenging, yes, we have to, and additional tasks, but for sure it's important to do so. So now is the time also to add something to what was said already. So if someone of you would like to comment or maybe ask our speakers, so there is a time for this. Any questions or comments? If not, so thank you very much, Bianca, Marta, Tom, and Stefan for this session, for presenting the tools and the indeed approaches, and also showing us already that that you see the potential, in the field in which you are working for. So absolutely fantastic. Also for the limitations and reminding us that we have to think in indeed a way about evaluating of our project. So thank you very much for this session. And now, yes.
Dear distinguished colleagues, could we kindly ask you to join us here in the room and find your seat?
Torbjörn, if you do. Me neither. Me neither. I live famous for it. Welcome to the ICCT training method.
Hello, Dorin.
Hello, Torbjörn.
Hello, Anneli. Hello, Pedro. Hello, all.
Hello.
Cause and effect. Cause and effect is so close to evidence evaluations. Evidence-based evaluations are interconnected with cause and effect. You would all agree on that? I had conversations with many of you during the last 2 days, and I learned that you are lifetime learners. We all believe in this principle, and therefore, before I give the floor to the distinguished panelists, I would like to invite you to a kind of what I call mental journey. May I ask you now all to close your eyes? I will check that, all. Please close your eyes. I would like to invite you to join me on a brief mental journey. Please imagine it is early 2020. You've been given the task of sketching a blueprint of your office, the space where you work. Visualize the room, the furniture, the atmosphere, the layout. Now think about the skills, techniques, and tools you use in daily work. where would they be in this space, in your working space? If you're a researcher, perhaps your research desk would be positioned right by the window, where you have a beautiful view, maybe of your garden, or even better, to the ocean. If you are a skilled project manager, you would likely place your project management tools in a prominent spot, somewhere easily accessible, maybe where natural light and fresh air would inspire you. But now think about your evidence-based evaluation skills in 2020. Where would they be? Are they in the same room, tucked away in a corner, or maybe hidden in a book on a shelf? Perhaps they are even stored down in the basement, not something you reach for regularly. Now, let's fast forward to today, Friday, the 13th of 2024. Where would you place your evidence-based evaluation skills now, in this moment? Thanks to the knowledge products you've gained access to through the Indeed project, we hope these skills are now closer to your favorite workspace, within reach and ready to support you in your daily tasks. I will stop with my yoga voice very soon. And you can open your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is cause and effect. This is what we hope when we invest into training, that training has a kind of effect on every individual and of our work patterns, on daily routine. I'm not an evaluation specialist at all. I would consider myself as one of the persons who had evaluation specifics more in the corner of my workspace. But now, after 3 years of consolidated work with all these wonderful partners under this program, I have a better understanding. So this kind of mental journey, I hope it was not too cheesy, should only prepare the scene for us to hear from our distinguished panelists on the impact of the training and the learning products and how well these products are able to strengthen capacity building in the field. I will not introduce Mr. Kai in great details because this was done in various sessions earlier in the last 2 days, but it gives me a great deal of joy to call my dear colleague Kai now to take over the microphone. Kai, the floor is yours. You have now 15 minutes sharp.
Thanks, morning, everybody. So I will be reviewing some of the work that we've done the last years on strengthening practitioners and policymakers' field competencies for evidence-based evaluation. And the first thing that I'd like to share is this has really been the result of collaboration and work by all of the partners in the project, but also by many more, because we've really been engaging with practitioners through the smart hubs. We've been engaging with so many colleagues here who have both participated in trainings, delivered trainings, and through the knowledge series that we will introduce, engaging with colleagues within Indeed and practitioners, experts, policymakers working in the field across Europe and internationally. So I'm going to dive in. First thing I actually wanted to mention was we were inspired when designing the project by the 2017 paper from the European Commission on training adult professionals and vocational training. And on the first page it says, training does not build competency. So for years in so many fields, whenever people are looking at how do we improve our capabilities to do something, our answer is always training. And we've done a lot of training in Indeed, and training is part of it, but it isn't enough. And so what we were looking at is a competency perspective and a competency framework, and how do we improve our competency for evidence-based evaluation, policy, and practice. And I'm going to be very clear that our goal has been at really the first step, looking at where the field is, awareness raising. That's been what we have tried to achieve through the knowledge products and materials in Indeed. Now, Pedro led us earlier through some fantastic research, which was done by the team in IPS. And I want to flag out Sara Alfonso because she really led this process and did it brilliantly. And the things that they looked at, so we started with trying to understand the needs in the field and look at the state of the field. And as Pedro said, with interviews, with smart hubs, with research, and flagging that there's poor evaluation quality and rigor, in part because of a lack of capacity and experience for it. Identified the absence of key skills and competencies. So many practitioners in the field have never been exposed to or trained in how to do evidence-based evaluation or how to design with evidence. And there is an absence of training materials in the field for how to do this. So people who are trainers, staff colleges, police academies, did not have materials and resources they could draw upon for doing tailored training on evidence-based evaluation or designing with evidence in the PVE and CVE field. So lack of technical skills, knowledge, and resources. General trainings in the field don't include these topics, and staff colleges and training institutions lacked curricula and materials that they could use. And 4 of the key gaps that were identified, evaluation methods and approaches fit for the needs of the field have not been developed enough. So a lot of the people that do evaluation don't have training as evaluators or may not have background as practitioners in the field. Evaluation, learning, and improvement approaches have not been integrated into our ways of work. That's what we've been discussing throughout. We do evaluations, but then it's not integrated in terms of the results. And currently in the field, we're delivering results of evaluations in ways that have no value or use for the field professionally, for the most part. Policymakers are not reading the reports. Practitioners don't even know they exist. There's no plug-in between the results of evaluation and any use value for the field for a lot of it. And there's a need to strengthen evidence-based practice and policy. I'm going for 20 minutes, not 15. So in terms of relevance for the field, we have a lack or absence of rigorous, good quality training on PCVE-specific evidence-based evaluation approaches, and that's leading to a lot of poor quality or inconsistent quality in the way the evaluations are being done. Current evaluation approaches and methodologies and delivery of results are often not tailored to the needs of agencies, practitioners, and policymakers in the field and don't meet those needs. And the absence of skills, tools, and methodologies for how to do all of this is one of the major challenges we're facing. And what it leads to is that policies and approaches may be less effective or less impactful than we're hoping. Failure to effectively learn and utilize learnings to improve policy and initiatives in the field, and reduced likelihood of effectively addressing root causes, drivers, and the conditions of violent extremism and radicalization. So 3 big things. Policies and initiatives are often not achieving intended results. And dealing with 2 of the myths, as we started with on day 1, this idea that it takes too long to do evaluation. It actually takes longer because we're not doing it, because we're repeating over years and decades policies and initiatives that are not having enough impact or not being successful. And our work is a lot more expensive, because we're continuously funding things which may not be as effective or misusing resources. We know, as has been said many times, that prevention can be more cost-effective and prevent things from happening, but most of the funding is going to late response still. So, training and capacity building is not the answer to all of this, but it can help to improve our awareness. It can help, as we've said, develop common language, improve skills and quality, which can contribute to helping to address these issues. So what have we done in Indeed? We've looked at developing training on evidence-based evaluation and the Indeed model and tool, but we've also worked on training for how to design evidence-based initiatives, because we saw that was missing as well, and ensuring that the materials are multilingual. Because in other European Commission projects, we've engaged with practitioners who have said, all the time these materials are being produced in English, we're not going to use it. Unless it's in Bulgarian, Spanish, Romanian, Latvian, in our different languages, it doesn't become used by practitioners often. So what we have done, creating a training support package on these two topics, designing evidence-based evaluation and designing initiatives with evidence, and it has had 4 components according to the project document. Multilingual training curricula, 2 training support packages, 2 trainers' manuals, and online self-paced courses, because we recognized from the beginning it is fantastic when you can do training in person, and that has a certain benefit. But if you really want to reach large numbers of people working in public service, having an online self-paced course can also be helpful, at least for developing basic understanding. And all of this integrated to link with the other tools developed in Indeed. Instead of creating 2 training curricula, we actually created 5. So we have training curricula for the on-site courses, training curricula for the online courses, and training curricula for the training of trainers. These are multilingual and can be used, improved, and adapted from. We have the training manuals, which are still in finalization process for each of the courses. And in terms of relevance for the field, we decided from the beginning not to create a set package training that could only be reproduced as such, but we have it developed so that it's modular. Staff colleges and trainers can deliver the full 2-day training program, or they can take modules and integrate it into existing trainings. So the police in Portugal have a 5-day training that is an introductory program for community policing. And they've now taken 2 of the Indeed modules and made them part of their basic training so that all of the police officers are getting exposed to the basics of evidence-based evaluation. And the materials are designed so that they can be tailored for local or national use. So trainers or staff colleges can look at the materials, look at their needs and context, and craft the delivery of the programs for that. It's been mentioned already, we had core trainings in Bremen and Madrid, where we took groups of 20 or more practitioners and experts from all across Europe through these 2-day basic programs. Then we had the Cluj training of trainers, where many of the participants took part to then do further cascade trainings. And just to give you an idea, in terms of the approach we've had in Indeed, in the project, we were supposed to do cascade trainings in 7 countries. Cascade trainings have been done in 12 countries because the practitioners themselves have wanted to use these materials and to take it forward. We have the online self-paced courses. The first one has been rolled out in testing. We're finalizing the second one for rolling out. And this should be working. There we go. Sorry. I wanted to show this aspect, but it's not coming out correctly. JELSA. One of the things that has been really important to us is to integrate JELSA into every aspect of what we've been doing, including through the knowledge series and the trainings. So we looked at it in terms of the content of the trainings, in terms of the case studies that are used, selection of participants, and also the trainers that were included, making sure that we had including different societal practitioners from different sectors, making sure we had gender representation and inclusion. We could go more into that. We had an entire workshop actually on that. Some of the advantages of the training package for the field. From the beginning, it was co-designed with practitioners. We started by listening to and asking practitioners, what is your current state? What is it that you need? What do you want from this? The materials are available in multiple languages, so they can be more easily incorporated. They address core gaps in training skills and competencies, which were identified through a baseline assessment and analysis. So not what we thought was needed, but actually doing the assessment to understand what was needed. And they're crafted to be useful for policymakers and other stakeholders who have no background. But as we also heard from Bianca and Marjana was emphasizing earlier, we had a lot of participants who are expert evaluators who found it also quite useful and advancing for them as well. The strong focus on JELSA the strong evidence-based foundation, and really working on the awareness level, but also directly linking with the tools and materials on the Indeed platform. Now, I'm just going to run through some of the other elements. In addition to the training, there's the whole knowledge products series that has been developed. It's all available on the website, on the Indeed Toolkit, and you'll see there are learning resource webinars. We were supposed to produce 12, there are 25. And it's not only that the webinars are there, but through the last 2.5 years of the project, we've had over 1,000 participants altogether that have taken part in different workshops and webinars that have been held in person or online. And they cover every aspect. We have the learning resource podcasts. You can find them all on the Indeed website, but you can also, go to any major podcast platform, and they're available on the platform as well. We have recorded the podcast through the last year, and we're releasing them now, 2 to 3 episodes a week, and have a commitment. This is not part of the project design, but we have a commitment to continue doing the podcast interviews after the project ends, so that this can be an instrument to really bring forward key voices and expertise on evidence-based evaluation policy and practice. I would encourage you, if you haven't subscribed already, it's worth it. There are some amazing practitioners and experts that are involved in this, addressing different topics. We had the policy forum, because one of the things that came up time and time again from practitioners is, this is great, this is useful, we find this interesting, but unless we have support from policymakers, we won't be able to use this. And this is a very important issue for all of us in the field, the need to engage at the policy level to strengthen support for evidence-based evaluation. Another thing I want to flag within this work package was an explicit commitment to fostering and supporting the development of a community of practice in the field. And we've had both specific events on communities of practice, such as a webinar with our colleagues from the UN, from Prival in Germany, from ICCT, looking at what could be the benefits of a community of practice, how could it work. We also had the International Policy and Practitioners Forum in November, which was last year, the first really bringing together more than, I think we have it here, 19 sessions, 30 plus speakers, 100 contributing agencies and organizations, and over 250 participants through the online forum. And then we've also had the event here these days in Warsaw. And the aim of all of this has been to try and foster what was mentioned earlier, building relations, connecting with people, making visible what's been done within the project, but also making visible the amazing work that's being done by others in the field, and beginning to create the space for coming together to jointly catalyze these efforts further. We've said in Indeed a few times that almost any of our work packages could have been an entire project, and that has definitely been true. And I just want to say thank you to everyone for having been part of this one.
Thank you very much, dear Kai, for also inviting us to a journey to explain how the training and learning products have been developed here in this Indeed program. It was a very ambitious program from the very beginning, also bearing in mind the various stakeholders involved. And we from Bremen, we are very grateful also that you, Kai, as president of the Romanian Peace Institute, spearheaded this initiative on the training. So thank you very much for that. I think it's also worthwhile to touch upon the methodology. A baseline study was conducted, which was so instrumental to understand the needs of the practitioners. And I think this is extremely important and was also mentioned from you, Kai. Of course, it's extremely important also to understand how this product will be utilized in the future. So every one of you is also asked to promote all the products of Indeed. You could play an instrumental role that these instruments also used in the future. And we are also very, very keen to hear how the European Union Knowledge Hub will utilize the products of Indeed. We really hope that they will take it over and use it in one or the other way. It was mentioned from Kai that the developed trainings could not be utilized as a silver bullet. We have to promote this training, we have to utilize this training, we have also to revise the training if required after a certain period of time. It is also a great indicator that ICCT signalized earlier today during the intervention that they would perhaps provide a platform where some of the intellectual outputs could be stored. So, Kai, thank you once again very much for your intervention. And I really do believe that everyone received also your message, that everyone in the room could act as an advocate for the training packages and could actively support the processes these packages are lively used in Europe and perhaps even beyond Europe. You mentioned we had the ambitious goal to train colleagues in 7 countries, we reached 12. Perhaps when we celebrate the anniversary of this program, we have 100. Let's strive for excellence. In addition to Kai, we have also 3 excellent speakers here on the panel, and I'm very, very grateful that I can give now the floor to Mrs. Annukka Kurki. Annukka is PVE team leader and expert at Save the Children Finland, where her work thematically focuses on capacity building, raising of awareness and advocacy of prevention of violent extremism and children's rights. Annukka holds a master's degree in international politics and security studies and in international cooperation and development. Her professional interest is specifically in PCVE, peace building and youth. So, Annukka, the floor is yours. You have now 8 minutes.
Thank you. I have my timer here. Thank you so much for the invitation to come and speak here on behalf of Save the Children Finland. So just briefly on what we do in our office in terms of PVE. Unfortunately, so far, there's only 2 offices of Save the Children. You probably know we're a branch organization. Our headquarters are in London, and then we have branch offices all around the world. But at the moment, only Save the Children Sweden and Finland are focusing on PVE issues. But we're hoping that this will change in the future. But what we're focusing now is, or have been focusing since 2018, when the Ministry of Interior approached us, actually Tarja Mankkinen, who is just sitting here, and requested from us that we need somebody in Finland to come and focus on youth and youth workers, and especially on the online sphere of recruitment of children and youth. And then my former boss took this challenge and we applied for funding, and that's how our work started. So currently we're training youth workers all around Finland on PVE, and then also engaging youth and children on PVE work, which I will mention a little bit more later on. And then advocacy work is also a very important part of our work. I have 8 minutes, so I'll be very brief. And when I was preparing for this, there were a lot of points that were already discussed here on these 3 days, so I'm not going to focus on them, but try to provide something, some new points as well. So first, I'll cover how useful it has been for us, what we see as some gaps with Indeed what could be developed, and then some suggestions for the future. So me and my colleague took part in the Indeed training and then also the TOT training. And we have already used the tool in our initiative design. We have been doing like 4 months of funding applications, really full-on work, and it has been really useful tool for us there. It really contextualized for us how to use these evaluation tools in the PVE field. These tools are used in other fields as well, but this has really contextualized us how we can use it in our work. And we have been using like combination of our in-house evaluation tools and reporting tools, and then the Indeed tools. Where we also have found it useful that there's this repository, and also that there are these events, webinars, meetings, and so on of Indeed that are reminding us constantly of the importance of evaluation and how we need to incorporate that. we are now planning a training for the Save the Children of Sweden on these tools because they're doing the same type of work that we're doing. Then some suggestions on evaluation. What was mentioned before here, it would be important for it to be included in project funding. We really would like funders to recognize that it needs to be there, and we have the time for it and the resource for it. One good example was with our Ministry of Justice. We got a few years of funding from them for a youth inclusion project, and we had really like meetings with them every few months to kind of have a checkup of where we're going, how we're doing, and if we're succeeding in our project, if we need some help, and so on. So that was a good practice for us as well, to kind of keep up to date with our funder. Like, we really met with them face to face every few months to discuss. I know that we were in the Indeed training for four days, and it was really full on. I don't think I've ever been so tired after that 4 days of training. It was really full on, and we had so many exercises, and it was so much new knowledge and so on. And I know it's really hard to pack everything in those 4 days. But one thing that I would hope that Indeed or then the Knowledge Hub could do in the future is that we could have platforms where we could share tools on what evaluation tools to use for different target groups. For example, on initiatives with children or youth or parents, former competence or so on. For example, we're working, Save the Children is mostly working with underaged youth. One example that I can give up from our work is that when we started working with youth, we were like, okay, we're going to do workshops with you and youth and have some PowerPoint slides, and I'm sure, they'll be interested. And then we saw really quickly that's not going to work. If we want to reach those youth that are not in the youth clubs and youth advocacy groups and so on, but the common youth, we need to think outside of the box. And then we joined up with this youth academy in Finland, and we developed escape room game for youth together. And that is centered around violent extremism. So it follows a story of a young boy who becomes right-wing extremists, and then there's a storyline there and what happens to him there. So now we actually have a practically suitcase full of, there's the escape room kit in the suitcase, and we go practically to schools and youth centers around Finland and run this escape room to different youth groups. And that was already a big change, because now the youth, they want to come and play the game. They're not interested really in the topic, or they would never come to our PowerPoint presentation, for example. But now we had, for example, youth centers, we have young people queuing up to play the game because they're interested in the escape room game. But on the side, we get to get their views on what's happening on a local level. Another thing that we got a lot of good feedback from the Ministry of Interior that was funding this project was that we really went all around Finland. We weren't focused in our capital region, but we literally went everywhere, to the north, to the east, and went and met with children face to face. So this is something that I wanted to emphasize, and I would love to hear, for example, from other practitioners who are working with youth and children on what kind of other methods you are using to engage with children and youth, and maybe we could take something, or we could share our practices with you. I'm running out of time, but I'll be really quick. Just a few more points. We need to have realistic plans on evaluation. For example, we had a meeting with one of our funders, and they said that if you come up with a plan on how to get parents engaged, we will give you money. Kind of, because they're having a really big problem with how to engage with parents. So, and this has been, we've been talking with other NGOs and so on, and everyone's having the same problem. So again, we need to think outside of the box. How can we talk with them, and what is really realistic on how, for example, how we're going to get feedback from parents later on. This is a question we're, for example, now thinking when we're developing a new project plan. Do no harm aspect is so important, especially, you know, if you're thinking working with religious communities or children or unprivileged areas to prevent the stigmatization and so on. So GELSA has been really useful for us in that sense. And then also to think about how, in one of the workshops yesterday, we talked about how to look at how other thematic areas, for example, organized crime, is connected to violent extremism, and how we can kind of do double evaluation on these two thematic areas and what we can learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Anukka, for this very insightful presentation. There's so much evidence that violent extremist movements, terrorist movements have a magnetic pull on the youth, so it's really important that we invest also in innovative ideas. So I would really like to hear more about this escape room game which you have established in Finland. And I would like also to encourage our participants to ask all these questions later, after this panel, after the well-deserved dinner, etc., or lunch. But I will also bounce back the question later when we have all three interventions from our guest speakers back to Kai. Without any further ado, we will continue with our next speaker, which is Mr. Halil Simsak. He is an independent advisor, but he works in one of the biggest cities in my home country, in Germany. Halil is a dedicated trainer, specialized in designing evidence-based evaluations of PCVE initiatives. His career includes significant experience in city administration and NGOs, giving him a comprehensive understanding of the challenges within this environment. Halil, we are very, very eager to hear now your presentation. The floor is yours. Please try to stick to the 8 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you all. So I'm just want to try to stick to the program somehow. And you're finished with challenges. I prepared some kind of answers and my speech, and I decided to just skip it away and want to talk something totally different. It is hard after 3 days to tell things that are new to us in this room, because all of us have already read something about evidence-based evaluation and all that stuff. So maybe I will try to paint a picture with you guys about the challenges from a bottom-up process as a practitioner, because you heard a lot of hats I have, so I have to make clear my hat as a practitioner. How you get evidence-based evaluation in an environment where evidence-based evaluation is not being wanted. How you do that? We all want to do that. It's no problem for us. In different stages, we are responsible for our work. How you get them other people do that? Okay, that's only for the, okay. So, one thing we can learn from extremists is that they simplify complicated things. So why we don't use that also? So we can have a lot of hard talk and read a lot of books, 5,000 pages. Just make it simple. So, and I try to make it for myself simple. How can I convene in my environment that I am people that we have to do some kind of evidence-based evaluation methods from the Indeed tool? I don't want to go deeply in the tool. Kai represented them already. But the way is not to just throw these whole theoretical, practical things on the desk. Is more to find a way to talk about and convene them in an easy way. And my way is, you can choose your own way. So you can ask like, how, if you have like a task, you have a nail and this nail should go in the wall. So what you do? Anyone from you, what you do to put a nail in the wall? Please. Hammer.
Yes, ask your wife. Yeah, you realize there are different ways to find. You can use your shoe, you can use this glass, you can use anything to get the nail in the wall. But the answer, the question is, did you did it the right way? And who defines the right way? What's the goal? To get the nail in the wall, or to get the nail perfectly in the wall, or how deep? You know, a lot of questions. And now adapt that to the PCBE world. Okay? You have a task. You should save children from becoming radicalized, preventing them. So how you do? Somehow, you can do it some way. Or you have Indeed tool, and you can look what's working, what's not. You have the ability to evaluate it if the things you did it right. And then you can ask yourself 2 questions. And one could be like, are we doing the things right? And are we doing the things right? And are we doing the right things? If you have the answer on this, so I guess, and then you just have, for my opinion, the situation of a pre-Indeed time, like you painted the picture, Torben, I thank for that, and the post-Indeed time. Now we have Indeed toolkit. So everyone, maybe, sorry for all other efforts has been done in evaluation, evidence-based evaluation, but I got to know for myself that evaluation could be something, evidence-based evaluation could be something very important with Indeed. Because you guys made it the marketing so good, so I saw it and now it's a part of me. And I would just leave it here, make it clear, you know, we have tools, if we use it properly, if we ask the people who are working with us to convene them a little bit more, invite them to that. And do I have some, could I have, yes, I did some small steps. Let me answer that quickly. I did some small steps and we started with surveys to the target group where we're giving workshops to the kids. And the surveys, it's easier to do a survey where the outcome is positive somehow. And now it becomes attractive to our administration to say like, okay, let's go a step further. Can we ask more questions? Let's look deeper if we are really effective and are we doing the right things. So I just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Halil. This is also the beauty of this conference. We have different angles and perspectives. We have gathered academia, people with a more practical approach, people representing the state and the ministry, NGOs, and so on. And a citation for this intervention would be, are we doing the right things? Are we doing the things right? This is so relevant. We have to tailor sometimes our approach accordingly to the audience. Halil works with people in the quarter, in cities, and of course, he has to address his speech and information to clients in a different manner as people representing solely academia. So I really see a rich, or let's say, beauty in these findings that we have so many people with different walks of life and experiences. But now we're going, I will not say to the other pole, but to a person who is representing really academia as its best. I have to my left Mr. Stein Erz. He is from the European Crime Prevention Network, and he's our last speaker for this intervention. Stein holds a PhD and joined the Secretariat of the European Crime Prevention Network in 2018 as a senior research officer. Since 2021, he is also the coordinator of the Secretariat. His main job is to create bridges between research, academia, and the front line, translating European Union-wide knowledge and expertise on evidence-based crime prevention into actionable and easy-to-digest advice. Before his engagement, he spent decades in academic research in various positions with a strong focus on PVE. Stein, the floor is now yours. Please also try to stick to the 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not really an academic researcher anymore, and I'm also no longer working in the field of PVE/CVE. So I am representing an organization that's focusing strictly on crime prevention, excluding anything that has to do with PVE/CVE and terrorism. And so it's from that position and that perspective that I would like to contribute to this discussion. And what I'd like to do is to, speak a bit about the experiences in our field with respect to evidence-based design and evidence-based evaluation, and a training that we've developed to address shortcomings with, in our field with respect to evidence-based design and evidence-based training, and how that compares to the Indeed training. And I will do that just to show you how meaningful and groundbreaking the work of Indeed has been, and how inspiring it is going to be also in the future for us at EUCPN. So the crime prevention field, as a clearly defined field of policy and practice, is significantly older than the field of de-radicalization, PVE/CVE. And we do see, in fact, mostly outside of what is now the EU, evaluation studies of security policy and security practices. So there is some evidence, but by and large, and especially so in Europe, crime prevention policies in the 70s, 80s, 90s, or the majority of them, were not being evaluated. And most of the practitioners, the vast majority of the practitioners, have never been involved in evaluation exercises. Now, crime prevention was brought for the first time to the EU agenda or during the presidency of Finland in 1999. And as you know, crime prevention is a national competence, and it still is to this day. But it was decided in 1999 in the Tampere Council conclusions that Europe could play a role in promoting more effective, and I'm quoting, security policies, and also promoting evaluation of security policies. So the term evidence-based itself is not in these council conclusions, but there is clearly, an idea that we should, at the European level, invest more in evaluation and effectiveness. And the same council conclusions also mentioned that maybe we would need a network to connect the different member states to share best practice with respect to evidence-based crime prevention, design, and evaluation. And so that is what 2 years later the EUCPN, the European Crime Prevention Network, has become. Now, none of the national representatives in the network are represented here, so I can speak freely now. For the first 15 years, the EUCPN has not delivered on that promise. So and I wasn't there yet, so that's my excuse, but what they had been doing is sharing all kinds of stuff as good or best practices without them necessarily having been evaluated or designed in an evidence-based way. And so one of the reasons that was the case is also because of the way this network is organized and the power dynamics in that network, where the decision-making organs in the network, or national policymakers representing all the member states. So the network was effectively connecting practitioners and academics and policymakers, but it was only the last group at the national level that were making the decisions. And so what this has led to in the period 2015-2018, let's say, is that there was a growing criticism of EUCPN's work from CSOs, from the research community as well, mainly because we were effectively not really promoting, but sharing practices as good practices, of which we knew weren't good practices by that time. So things started to change in 2018, which coincidentally is when I joined the Secretariat of the EUCPN. And we started really from the Secretariat pushing very hard to promote an evidence-based design and evidence-based evaluation in crime prevention. And one of the things that we set out to do first, because we felt that it was needed the most, is design a training on evidence-based design and evidence-based evaluation. So this is a process that started in 2018. We followed steps very similar to what Indeed has done. So first of all, a needs assessment to find out what practitioners and policymakers would actually need or require from such a training. We then developed it with input from practitioners and in close cooperation with researchers from the academic world. This is a process that took us until 2021 because we were still doing it kind of on the side also. And then we started implementing it finally in 2022. This is also around the time that Indeed came around, and we came, we're definitely not a partner in the project, but we were involved laterally, and this was interesting to us to see that someone else or other people as well in a different field were doing the same exercise more or less as what we were doing. So this is why Indeed was so relevant for us. The training that we came up with also, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think covers pretty much the same ground as what Indeed trainings cover. So we do, for instance, emphasize very much that the need for proper problem analyses, theories of change, logic models, and so on, smart objectives. It's all in there, as well as the need for plan evaluations before anything is even being implemented, and then measuring fidelity and outcomes rather than just outputs. One thing, and this is what we are learning, or should be learning from the Indeed project, is that the JELSA aspect, is something that we touch upon, but not really emphasize enough, I think, in this training. Now, the problem that we saw when we started rolling out the training is that some practical issues were improperly addressed in the training as well. So practitioners came out of the training indicating that they, first of all, liked it, find it very useful, find it relevant for their work. But basically what they say is, now how can I convince my boss, or how can I go back and actually implement this? And so this was a problem for us. It probably is also indicative of a shortcoming in the design of the training, even though we did in fact, or had in fact consulted practitioners in designing the training. So what we did is not a complete redesign of the training materials, but instead did a thinking exercise on what we actually wanted to achieve with this training material, aside from learning outcomes in the strict sense, and how we could do that based on the materials. And so what we proceeded with is focusing more on mixed groups of practitioners and policymakers in each training session. Also mixed groups in the sense that we wanted different professional backgrounds, so social workers, educators, police officers, and so on, in each and every training session, as opposed to homogeneous groups. And what this has allowed us to do is to foster discussion and dialogue between these different profiles. And so we were using the training more and more, and we currently are using the training more and more as a start of a process and a dialogue that we can facilitate also once the training is over by consultancy, by facilitating peer consultancy also between practitioners, policymakers in the field. And so as a process that helps creating trust, understanding, and engagement, which the importance of which has been mentioned here yesterday many times over. And so I think what we can learn for our field and for our training from Indeed is that these smart hubs were designed in from the beginning, and they seem to be perhaps a more suitable way to foster this, or to create these communities of practice and a space for dialogue, which is the mistake we made, is that we didn't really design it in from the beginning. So I'd like to thank Indeed for that. Do I still have time? Yeah. Okay. One One final note I'd like to make is that the problem exists to a certain extent, and I think this also relates to what was mentioned this morning here with respect to the 4 pathways for a theories of change. In a theories of change, there are these structural challenges that remain. One way we're trying to address it is by designing maybe. We started designing it as another training, but we're now looking more at it as a form of strategic communication, where we address exactly higher level policymakers with a talk essentially aimed at learning them about the cost benefit or the benefit cost ratio and cost effectiveness of crime prevention, especially evidence-based crime prevention vis-a-vis other approaches to crime problems, reactive approaches to crime problems. So I think, to conclude, because I think my time's up, that indeed is very relevant and important for the crime prevention field as well, and that we should look into ways of cooperating when we try to give all the materials produced by the Indeed project alive as well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Stein. Also for providing a kind of historical context on decisions by the Commission, how to improve cooperation on crime prevention, and your efforts actually are in time. We also appreciate your critical comments on some flaws in the design of the training, while you have also provided a solution, for instance, to make joint trainings with practitioners and policymakers in order to transfer the message on how to integrate evidence-based evaluations in practice. It's of course extremely important that policymakers are on the same table to get an understanding of the importance. I would like to bounce back now the questions to Kai. If you have any questions related to the 3 interventions from our distinguished speakers. Kai, please.
Thank you, Torbjörn. The first would simply be to say thank you to 3 of you for the thoughts and the reflections that you've shared. I made some notes from all of them. The first note I made is the lesson learned of why, again, it's not good to give a presentation when you have a cold and a growing fever and too few hours sleep, because I feel that I rushed through that on such a huge bit of work in Indeed, and there really just is so much there, as was coming out from what you were sharing. I had a reflection when you mentioned include evaluation in project funding. That's been a topic which has come up a number of times through these days. It was also a topic which came up in each of the trainings. And one of our colleagues here was saying how they'd spoken with a few people and kept hearing them say this issue of funding. One thing that we'd love to speak with people also one-on-one if it can help, but which we brought up in the trainings, is there are many ways that you can design evaluation into your initiatives when you're applying for funding. We should absolutely create it as a standard and call for dedicated funds. At the same time, I would encourage all of us to be creative. Whenever we are putting together applications, build evaluation into it. Like we heard from ICCT that they dedicate 5% of all of their funds to do evaluation on their projects. Now, if the donor doesn't necessarily support evaluation, I would just flag that there are ways you can word it and frame it where it can enable you to de facto do evaluation. We had a project supported by the European Commission working with youth. This is what you inspired me to think of. Do one brave thing. And we trained the youth. The youth then designed their campaigns. But in order to support the youth to do those campaigns, we also built in the practice with them where we trained them in evaluation, and they evaluated their own work and evaluated each other's campaigns to see how to do it better. It was part of the model of doing the work. And you can actually build that into projects, and you'll often find donors being very interested in it. And this aspect, which came up a lot in Indeed, we discuss so often. Marjana mentioned we discussed about terminology. We also discussed, what do we mean by this idea of universal model? We haven't come with Indeed and said, this is the one way to do evaluation. We've come and said, one, we should always be doing evaluation. Two, we should build evaluation, 2 initiatives from the beginning. We've looked at some practices and principles. And what we keep referring to as the tool doesn't say you have to use this method or this method. It helps you to think through the methods. And a lot of our colleagues, when we were doing the foundation trainings in designing evidence-based evaluation, were very interested in different approaches. And here, the tool has some, but one of the things I really like in it is you apologize to other initiatives before. When you go through the tool, you see links to further resources. And it actually has consolidated a lot of that work that has been done by others before. But I really love a recommendation that our colleague Stefan Kloss came up with at the Bremen training, and I've been saying it in every space and event we've done since, to build a repository of evaluations. We've begun to do that. And with that, a repository of evaluation approaches and evaluation methods tailored for the PVE, CVE field. And we can even look at then different sectors. I loved hearing that presentation in the morning, the experience from working with refugee programming and receptions, and those really practical and very difficult issues to tackle. It would be wonderful to bring together methods for that, methods tailored for youth. And the other part is hopefully through the Knowledge Hub, continuing this. So often, the feedback we got from colleagues in Madrid, in Bremen, in the different trainings, and throughout these days, people have been coming up saying, it's so nice to meet together with other evaluators, other colleagues in the field, and actually having a space dedicated to how we address this together. So in the Knowledge Hubs, continuing the practice of communities of practice and really flourishing that at our different levels. I wanted also, what I should have done is to say thank you to Torben and all the colleagues at the Ministry of Justice in Bremen for hosting the training there. Thank you to our partners in the Madrid Police for hosting the training there. And it was by going directly to partners and providing trainings in our different contexts across Europe that it also helped to really connect it more with practitioners and with agencies. And I would highly recommend Bremen to everyone. We had the very interesting experience of spending 2 days in prison for our first training, and then 2 days in Parliament for the second training. And it wasn't only that doing trainings in prison and in Parliament was so interesting, it's that we reversed the flow, because in so many of our countries, we're used to people going from Parliament to prison. And here we went from prison to Parliament. Sorry. I love, Halil, what you were sharing, and this is one of the keys. Make it simple. And sometimes we're so afraid of evaluation because it seems so big and so complex. And when we're trying to connect it to colleagues and practitioners in the field, learn their languages, appreciate what they deal with day to day. And what we were trying to say is we were applying the tools to our actual programs and projects, or we were choosing case studies, which were the actual issues that people face. If we want to convince people that it's useful, one of the best ways of doing that is for them to find it useful. So also in the trainings, if they're applying the tools and they can see the value that it has, that is very helpful. Another benefit that the trainings do, through these days, some of the people speaking and all of us as participants, some have come to me and said, you know, people have already said we should plan for evaluation when designing initiatives, but I wanted to say that. Should I also say that? Or the importance of utilization or common language. What is really nice in these trainings is all these things we've been talking about these days, they're all in it. What that means is that lots and lots of practitioners now get exposed to that. And we begin to all have a common language. We begin to always be discussing, you need to design evaluation in from the beginning. And that achieves what, Julie, I think you mentioned it in the morning, we no longer have an excuse or to say that it's not there. It helps to get it into the hands of all of us. It also means that now practitioners, more and more exposed to it, can make this standard expected from policymakers. More of us can say that. But on reaching policymakers, also, each of the trainings begins with, why is evaluation important? And why do we do it? And the answers came from practitioners in an event we had in Athens. So we're taking it from, why is it actually useful to the field? And we're making those arguments so that we can help to make the arguments. But the other side I would say is, it's great when we can engage policymakers in the trainings, but we also have to tailor our outreach to policymakers in what works for them. One-on-one meetings, briefing seminars, and have more and more people in this room become the policymakers. Mm-hmm. As more and more practitioners get promoted and go through it, we become the ones who make those decisions. Much more to say, and I apologize for speaking too much. Last things just to flag was one, Smart Hubs was raised earlier, and in a lot of countries, we also did the trainings to the Smart Hub members. And the value that that did is now, for example, in Cluj, we have a community of people that all have the same. The last shout out is to say thank you to ITTI and Deep Blue, because they did all the behind the scenes work of putting the architecture in place, of communicating and promoting it. And a huge shout out to Isabella Porlogia and Norina Herki for, we keep saying that reports can't be 60 pages or 100 pages if you want everyone to do it. We also have learning notes that have taken the big materials Indeed produces and created sexy 1-page, 3-page, 5-page short versions to get you to want to read the bigger ones also, but also to bring out those key ideas. I spoke too long. It'll be my last time doing it. But thank you to everybody for all of it.
Yeah, thank you, dear colleagues, for being so focused that late on a Friday, the 13th. If we do not have any burning questions, I would suggest that we skip the question and answer panel to all the meetings we have after this intervention. I would like to express my gratitude for the Polish Homeland platform for conducting this event here in such a wonderful manner, providing us this platform to discuss and to share insights. I would also like to express my gratitude to the European Commission for funding this event. Without this funding, it would not be possible. And it's one more evidence how beautiful Europe is. With all the challenges, we are here as Europeans together. We work on one aim, which is wonderful. I would also like to express my gratitude that I could moderate this event with these wonderful, excellent speakers. So please, last round of applause for the speakers, please. And goodbye.
So, are we ready to start? Great. Thank you so much for coming after the lunch. It's really very challenging task to moderate the last panel of our conference, but I think it's not really hard for me, at least, because we have so lovely speakers, very well experienced, in the field. And let's say we have with us the dream team of Indeed, but as well Tarja, who was with us in this journey, still here, and she will be with us also after the Indeed project. For me, it's very interesting, this discussion. We will try to have a more friendly, let's say, ambience with our speakers, but also with you. We are very happy that you are still here, let's say many of you. So we will have some questions for our speakers, and after that we will have, some minutes for discussion with you. And please share with us your ideas, your proposals, it was, personally speaking, very interesting that when we started this conference, there was many nice proposals also today. We need, of course, to ensure the continuity of the products. And it was really a big discussion among, the partners of the consortium. Also, this is my personal experience in Greece when we presented, the project, saying, okay, this is lovely. We understood, the procedure. We understood the tool. We like very much, the repository. But after the end of the project, what would be the future of all these products, of all these initiatives? And we had really many discussions internally, in the project, but I think this is, the right place to discuss also with you some proposals, some ideas, and of course to ask our colleagues here about your ideas and your proposals. Mainly, in the last panel, we will reflect on the legacy of the Indeed, what we achieved so far. But for me, the most important thing is just to discuss about the future. How we will go further concerning, evidence-based evaluation, practice, policy. But the most important for me is how we will ensure that we will use the existing available tools of the Indeed. So when we finish with the discussion with our colleagues, with our experts, we will have an open discussion with you. Please share with us your ideas, your proposals, in order to ensure that we will have continuity in our project. So first question, dear colleagues, dear experts, what have been the most significant contributions of the Indeed project to the field of evidence-based evaluation, practice, and policy, according to your experience and according to your professional background? Let's start with our pilot. Marcena is our pilot in the Indeed project, so let's start with you.
I thought that we will be just, volunteering. Yeah, who would like to? Yes. Okay. Now I'm very trying to quickly think, what was super significant, but I think that actually entire package, what we prepared, I think that it was quite visible within the last 2.5 days that what we achieved, what we proposed it's already important, as it was emphasized by the Commission. So for me, it was really the speech provided by Katarzyna Kwadrak-Grzybowska. It was for me as a coordinator of the project, but also the part of the project and the person who was working on the results, that it was very significant, that it was underlined and declared and confirmed by the Commission that they see us and they really want to utilize, what we achieved. So this is for me very important, and also that the key performance indicators from Indeed will be used, in the future for the EU Knowledge Hub on prevention of radicalization. So quickly thinking, that this is really important and very promising.
Yeah, but thanks for sharing with us. But if I ask you, because you are very involved in the whole preparation of what would be the most, let's say, the most important contribution, if you can tell us, based on your involvement in the project.
Wow, this is very challenging to say what is the most.
I told you that we will have a challenging discussion.
I see. Yeah. but for me personally, the most important was that we started as a consortium, and then not only consortium, but also colleagues who join us during this entire journey, that we started to see evaluation not as a kind of abstract concept, standing alone, the thing done only for doing it, but we understood together that the evaluation is done for something, that evaluation serves us as practitioners and policymakers to check how we are working. but not in this context that we are assessed and judged, you know, but in this context that we are planning, designing, conducting evaluation to check our own performance, what works, what doesn't work, what was said today by Cesare. Also, you know, to assess, you know, how we are working and make our future work easier. So we jointly understood that this is not, it's not needed to be afraid of evaluation, because we are doing evaluation for ourselves to answer the questions, you know, that if something in our org has to be changed.
Like to change also our culture, you mean? I mean, our, yeah, great.
Yes, yes.
Tarja, could you please share?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I think that from my point of view, I think that the most important added value of the Knowledge Hub, in addition of what Marcena already said, I think that the Indeed project has made evaluation more visible, and it has gathered experts interested in evaluation together, and it has given a platform for them to exchange ideas, learn new things, and increase their skills in this field. And as you said, we have to look at the future. So I would also like to mention a couple of challenges in the future that I think that are important. And I think that the first thing is that we have been talking a lot about the Knowledge Hub, and the Knowledge Hub is really important, that it gives a lot of possibilities to you know, keep these ideas and all practices, methods, and spread them wider. That has been developed in Indeed project. But it is not the Knowledge Hub that makes miracles. It's people who make miracles.
Absolutely.
So it's our task to do things happen in that way that we want to have. And I think that other challenge might be that how to expand the amount of experts who are working with these issues. And it is also important to share all these good things that has been developed to a wider audience also, not only the usual suspects, as we often say.
So, Tarja, we will discuss more about the future, I mean, in the coming questions. And of course, I fully agree that there are many challenges, how to implement it, I mean, in the real life. I would like to ask you before, I mean, moving to the future, how was your impression before starting, you know, the project about evaluation? And because personally speaking, I mean, I had a completely different, you know, approach before, you know, my participation in this project. And now I can see that I changed a lot, you know, my perspective about evaluation, and more specifically about, you know, evidence-based evaluation.
Yes.
If you can share with us your experience before the project and after, you know, the project.
To put it simple, I think that I have always been a pro-evaluation person. So my first experience of evaluation was in 1994, something like that, when I was working in the university, and there was this kind of evaluation of the university. At that time, I was involved, and I found this you know, tool very interesting and very useful. And then I have been participating in some other evaluation. But my feeling was that I didn't have enough knowledge. I didn't have enough skills. I had sometimes a feeling that I'm walking on a thin ice when I was doing this. And I think that is important. What has changed, that I have now. If I need information, I can go to the Indeed website and have a look of them, and I hope that somebody updates and maintains this website also in the future. So we have this kind of package where we always can have a look and find information. That's one of the important things.
This is really a practical example, and thank you for sharing with us. Stefan, back to our question, first question. Most significant contributions of the Indeed. And not say the repository, please. Of course. No, please go ahead.
Okay. No, a lot of important points were mentioned, I think, already. The network, the infrastructure that we created. Also, once again, big thanks to our colleagues from ITTI who developed the software which is running the repositories, which is running the tool and our learning materials. So you did a fantastic job, honestly. I maybe add one point, which is the concept of evidence-based evaluation itself. I remember that we had a lot of discussions along the way about what on earth that means, and I think in our project, also in discussion with all of you, we've developed, I think, a really useful language, a really good way of talking about evaluation, which is very productive, which helps us to, I think about some of the core challenges in evaluation, inclusion of stakeholders, inclusion of evidence that we're grappling with. And I think this is a concept which didn't really fully exist at the start of this project, which is not only relevant for PCVE, but far beyond. And we heard from Stein earlier that this is a concept we might apply more broadly to crime prevention. But I could think of a number of different fields which would benefit from this understanding as well. So to me, maybe this is one of the key contributions of our project, which is maybe easy to overlook.
Great, thank you. Kai, your turn.
The repositories. Actually, I was going to say the exact same thing that Stefan has. It has brought a language to the field. And one of the things, I've been almost daily excited by the model of best available knowledge and existing evidence, practitioner and professional expertise and judgment and experience, and stakeholder and community values. We can still unpack so much more there and really look at how to take that forward. So bringing the language to the field, and a few times we've been saying closing event, final event. The door's just opening. It's really, and part of what's been so exciting about this, so that was my number one, but the other things I would say is the convening and the community. Because when we were doing the trainings, we had a number of people that are just brilliant, but sometimes they're the one evaluator working in their organization, or they're working and they have ideas and they're trying to bring it forward, and it began connecting all these people. And sometimes we say we need to go beyond the usual circles, and that's true, but we also need to catalyze a community of commitment. People who share a language, have ideas, and can support each other. And those conversations which have happened amongst colleagues that have had woven together as a community through these years also provides encouragement, support, confidence that helps us carry our work forward. And the other aspect is that it really has reached beyond the normal circles through many different events, but especially also through cascade trainings where we're getting it out to totally different ones, through the knowledge series where we have people from over 120 countries that have been listening to and watching, but also many different sectors across the EU. So it is really helping it to ripple out and connect and both be inspired by other fields. We learned especially from medicine, but also others. But now it has certainly taken it a step forward, which can then help to itself inspire other fields as well.
Sure, please. No. Please,
but
go
actually,
ahead.
But I think that it will be the good example, because we have so many things that it's very, very hard to say what is the most significant. But actually, something what you said, Vasileios, that in the beginning of the project, you weren't so much convinced as a law enforcement representative that, is it really place for us? Can we utilize, the tools for the evaluation? And then you said, yes, and I'm very convinced now. And you really helped us to develop this kind of tool, which will be useful also for law enforcement. So for me, it's absolutely priceless that we went through this path and we find a solution which will fit, the different sectors and the different types of practitioners.
And if I may, Marcena, believe me now, I try to convince my colleagues in Greece as well. Because, I feel very comfortable. Very familiar with the terminology, with what it could be the added value for practitioners. And I remember also we organized in Greece a cascade training. It was extremely interesting, at the end of the training, the participants, how involved are, in the process, asking, additional information further, it was extremely interesting. And thanks for your comment. So I think that all we can agree that there is an added value in different levels, and also not only for practitioners, but also for policymakers. We see, the presentation by our Greek colleague. For instance, we had a discussion with Martha during the project that, how we can implement this kind of policy, in very sensitive topic about asylum seekers in Greece. Now you can see that we started, to think how we can implement. So there are really added value. The second question for you is, based on your experience, what new methodologies or tools could be developed to strengthen the Indeed framework further? Because we have already, something in our hands, but we need perhaps, to have some other tools or some other methodologies in order to help us, to assist us, that, we can further use the existing tools and all the material that we have. Let's start with Dario now.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if this is an answer to your question, but I think that the most important thing is the training at the moment, because I think that we always say that devil is in details, but I think that devil is in implementation. So that and we cannot use these tools and methods and approaches if we don't train people to use them, and if people know. I think that that's the key thing. So I would prefer first to make sure that we really implement these tools that are already developed, and then think about that what are the next steps, so that not to do too much at the same time. And I think that the training is the crucial thing to do, so that it keeps this project in a way alive and put it forward, the training. And then if I may say, another thing is what we can develop. This is not a method, and so, but I hope that, because I'm a policymaker, I have a sometimes feeling that Indeed is focused very much on practitioners. And as a policymaker, as I said before, I think that policymakers need as much, knowledge and skills in evaluation, because their role might be different. Because, for example, preparing call for tenders and that kind of task is what policymakers normally do. They don't do evaluations themselves. They don't probably use these methods and tools, but they have to, make for example, to define that how to order an evaluation. Of course, practitioners do the same things. I know that, but I think that policymakers also need to be supported in the future, because this is the game where we all need to be on the same level, practitioners, policymakers, and researchers, because we all need each other's if we want to have, this evaluation culture and more skills and knowledge on evaluation, and also how to use the results of evaluation. We are not successful if, for example, practitioners know a lot and they are moving forward, and then policymakers are somewhere behind, and researchers are somewhere in between or something like that. So I think that these are the 2 points. So training, and then also make sure that all main actors who are needed to make successful evaluations have on the same level.
Well, if I may, I would like to ask you a provocative question. So you are, in a policymaker level. So you propose to organize trainings. How difficult is to organize a training for policymakers for evaluation? We had a big discussion. That's the reason I'm asking you, because they told me, yes, it's a good idea, but how you can convince policymakers at very, very high level to be part in a training, I mean, for evaluation, for evidence-based evaluation. And I say, but why not? And I would like to ask you, I mean, and to share with us your experience. But perhaps for Finland it would be easier.
No.
Just give us.
But Vasileios, you just said that you have to convince your colleagues in Athens.
But the practitioners.
Yes,
mainly
but it's the same thing. It's as difficult to convince practitioners as policymakers. So, what is the difference between these two? You have to use different kind of language. You have to use different kind of argumentation. But it's as difficult. It's the same thing. And I think that yesterday in the panel I thought that we have this new national action plan, and the evaluation is embedded in the action plan, so that we have to do it. And I have this task to do that, to convince not only practitioners but also policymakers that we need this. And I think that, for example, in this indeed event here, I have got a lot of ideas that what I should take into account when I do this work and so on. And this indeed network in a way supports us in that kind of work, and that's important. But we have the same kind of challenges. You convince practitioners, I convince policymakers.
We share our experience. Okay, please.
So first, just on the aspect of policymakers, one, don't call it training. If you call it training, in the overwhelming majority of countries, policymakers and executive leadership won't come. In our field in peace building, we started a line of executive leadership programs, and we held them in London. And we've had cabinet ministers, undersecretary generals, head of UN agencies come. The content and material is almost exactly the same. We just make it a little bit prettier. We charge a little bit more for it. But because it's called Executive Leadership Program, they like it. And because it's in London.
Perfect.
Also, seminars or retreats organized by different governments. If the Finnish government organizes a retreat for ministers to have a quiet meeting in the forest to discuss about these things, they come. It's targeting it at the right level and using the right approach. But the other, I would put it back to us as a field. If we want to convince policymakers more, one of the best ways we can do that is by actually doing better evaluation that is useful for policymakers. One of the things I would come back to when you're looking at what are the new technologies or the new innovations, first, I would refer to two next generation shifts in evaluation. We have to understand that evaluation, as we've been doing it for the last decades until now, belongs in the dustbins of history. We have to let it be the past. The majority of how we are approaching the work of evaluation is not fit for purpose or fit for the field. Mm-hmm. The model of the expert coming in, being the arbiter of knowledge, producing a report at the end, it is structural and methodological incompetence. We need to start looking at what's in the 21st century, what's approaches to evaluation that actually really do produce tested, validated evidence, because again, a lot of evaluation reproduces the bias, the prejudice, what the evaluator would have said even before they started. So one, how? Participatory, collaborative, empowerment-based evaluation, and evaluation which really looks at the frontiers of methods and approaches which can bring out actual evidence, which creates agency and ownership with the stakeholders and the practitioners and others involved, and all of that. A second transformative shift in evaluation is from this ad hoc scattered field of practice to a field and the development of national evaluation systems, the connecting together of practitioners, the building of repositories, all of this. That's another technology. Repositories and knowledge management. I would love us to go to some of the big companies in the world and look at what they have created for internal knowledge management, the internal company dashboard, that anytime someone comes in to Boeing, to Porsche, to these different companies, to Bosch, what opens on their screen? Because they have seen how vital it is to make sure that the right knowledge reaches the right people and is at their fingertips. It is generative. It is incredibly flexible. It is amazing what they have. And we're producing last century tools. So really engaging with this, using AI, and making sure that we have our tools that bring it all together. The last one that I would put out, we've mentioned it through the whole project. We've mentioned it through this entire event the last 3 days. We've all spoken about how important it is to connect to utilization. However, when you ask a lot of practitioners, evaluators, and others, how do you do utilization? You get a blank answer. Or we say instead of a 60-page report, we should have a 2-page summary. Yes, that's true. But let's look again at knowledge management, decision-making, and capacity development. We need to connect findings from evaluations into training of new people. We need to produce real-time processes where people see how to apply it to the field. We need to do coaching. We need to do simulations. There are so many tools which other fields look at for the utilization and transfer of knowledge that can help make ours more effective.
Thank you for the practical examples, Kai. Stefan, any methodology, any tool that could be helpful for us, to ensure they did?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. A lot of good things were already said. I'm going to maybe focus on 2 ideas for what we could do extra, right? So I mentioned earlier that we have this really useful framework now, really good understanding of what we want and need when we think about evidence-based evaluation, evidence-based initiative design. And I think it so often happens when people talk about evidence-based practice and try to promote that and develop it further, that a lot of the energy goes into that first element of evidence-based practice in whatever form. So there's a lot of emphasis on trying to organize knowledge, trying to get the knowledge to the practitioners, the people who need it. But there are 2 other elements, right, that we discussed over and over again. And I think those have, in our project, as in many other areas, not perhaps received the attention they really need. And it would be fantastic if we had a tool, method, follow-up project, whatever it is, that really tries to drill down on, for instance, what it means to include stakeholders appropriately, right? So we had a lot of exercises where we discussed that, we started reflecting on that, and that's good. But I think to really come to helpful conclusions, we need to look at good practices in evaluation. There are some studies out there, systematic reviews and so that deal with that in a variety of different fields. And I think to look at that carefully and draw conclusions from that and then build that into our tool, that would be really, really helpful if we were to do that. Second point, so we talked always about these 2 different evidence-based practice situations, evidence-based evaluation and evidence-based initiative design. I think it's fair to say that evidence-based initiative design has always been a bit of a neglected sibling of evidence-based evaluation in our project. If you look at our tool, it's primarily evidence-based evaluation, right? And then different scenarios forward. We touch on evidence-based initiative design as an important part of our trainings, of some of our output, but it doesn't have a dedicated tool. There are a lot of things that I think we could do or we could use the knowledge that we have now, some of the materials we have now, and develop something that is a bit more systematic, a bit more organized, that we can show people and say, here, this is how you do evidence-based initiative design. So it's not that we send them to a tool on evaluation and say, look at page so-and-so, module 1A or something, but to really give it the attention that it deserves. Right, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Stefan.
Yeah, so actually Stefan said what I wanted to say, because we already agreed long time ago, I can say that, yes, for sure, there is a need, that to develop a similar tool, but dedicated purely to the designing process. So we know it. Yes, we actually, we decided to be more focused on the evaluation because we identify evaluation as this, let's say, weakest point of this designing process. This is why we put, the main attention to this. Of course, it was you're right, a bit neglected, but still we have a materials training dedicated. But as it was said, for sure, we are already thinking about, processing in the future, maybe with the project which will allow us, to build a tool, being like a comprehensive with a tool for evidence-based evaluation design plus the entire process. So this is one thing, and for sure we will not leave it like this, and we sooner or later work on this. And actually, after yesterday's afternoon session, when we discussing, the ideas with our colleagues from outside of consortium, what can we do? So for sure, for me personally, I see that necessity actually mentioned by the colleagues. So Tarja, for example, mentioned, and it was partially mentioned also by Kai now, that we put a big attention to utilization of results of evaluation. However, we do not have any kind of, let's say, protocol, tips, but very practical ones. Like, okay, we know with big words we are saying, how important it is, and now everybody is convinced that it's important, but the practitioner will ask, okay, tell me in practice, step by step, how to do this. So for sure, something like this, tips, protocols, guide, with the really practical tips, how to utilize, with the ideas, from the different things. So something like this would be useful. The second thing is, it was mentioned by Stein from EUCPN, and it's connected with what I said in the beginning as this achievement and the thinking about the evaluation, not like a standing alone concept, but a solution tool with a clearly described purpose, and that we use evaluation for the specific, because of the specific reason. And he mentioned about creating the prevention infrastructure. In this meaning that in this, let's say, prevention infrastructure, designing process, evaluation process, and designing of evaluation, it would be, like a comprehensive, comprehensive approach to entire prevention, including proper designing, the process of designing of the initiative, thinking already about the evaluation during this process. So something like a concept, really like a package, which, because all elements, they are work together actually. So, yeah.
Really excellent ideas, guys. I think that there is more to do. After they indeed great. Also, during this conference and also during the Indeed project, we discussed a lot about, researchers and how researchers can work together with practitioners. It is obvious that sometimes there is a gap between, the research findings and the real life. When we discuss with police officers in Greece, there are complaints. Okay, this is a good research and the findings are okay, but they don't react the reality. They don't contain the. Do you believe that indeed, or any other tool or any other idea could help? To bridge the gap between the research findings and the practical implementation, the real world settings? Stefan, your turn.
Messiah, the repository. The answer.
I would say the same.
I wanted to give you the opportunity first, but...
That's the reason that I started with you for this question.
No. So I'm quite excited about this, how we approach that. I think often A problem is when it comes to translating research to practice, is a lot of it happens on an ad hoc basis in an incomplete way. So we as researchers are sometimes invited to join a panel, to advise on policy, to write a report, and that certainly helps. But I think the information that is conveyed that way is always almost naturally limited. We also have, as researchers, limited expertise. We're not following everything all the time. So what we've created now, I think, with that repository is really a way of communicating in a more systematic way, like between research and practice. And I already think, if I as a researcher now write a piece on PCVE and I know that it's going to end up in that repository and that the main takeaways will be highlighted there, I'm already writing my conclusions probably slightly differently, right? I try to adjust to that kind of system that we maybe now have in place. So I think, sort of from my perspective as a researcher, that could really be a very helpful change. We can monitor that as a sort of community, right? So as researchers, we should make sure that everything is really in there, and we have to find a way of organizing ourselves there. And at the same time, we have the opportunity that way to not just reach the policymakers who are nearest to us, but we're able to speak to a very, very big group of practitioners. And I think there is a certain level of accountability that could come with that if different people can look that up at different moments. And it's not just the policy world that is sort of able to check what's going on in science, what is suggested, but there's a variety of people within PCVE who could also hold people to account more easily. And I think that's a potential leap if we manage to maintain it properly. So I think we get to that in a moment, which is a huge challenge, but I think this is very exciting progress.
Fully agree, especially for the repository. I asked with Stefan many times that many Greek officers really appreciate a lot, the repository. After also the training, they asked, more information. They found interesting, material for some topics that we are not very familiar. For instance, I can give you a practical example. We discussed about the lone actor phenomenon. In Greece, we don't have any kind of experience, and hopefully not. But we couldn't find really very interesting material in order to develop a training material for this specific topic. And this is added value also for them. And it's just a practical example. Yeah, please. Like to add something?
Again, just an idea. I don't know whether, it would be feasible for a knowledge hub, but if just, what I was thinking, hearing from you is that on the EU Commission's website, there is the e-library on radicalization. That's something that exists as research that has been collected for the last 3-4 years, and it goes even before. It maybe makes sense to have a sort of merge of these two platforms and to have them all in one. So of course, the repository is about something else. It's more specific, it's more technical. But perhaps for practitioners, it makes sense to have just one platform where to go and then have sort of filtering functions, whether you want evaluation or you want, pure research or something else. And action plans of member states, because that's also something that has to be updated on the Commission's website.
I would like to elaborate a little bit more about action plan later, but I like very much the idea, about the two different databases. And we need this kind of practical, proposals also, after the discussion. Who would like to comment? Martina, you'd like to comment about yeah? And of course, Kai.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add shortly that yes, there is a kind of evidence, that it can be used, and researchers and the representatives of academia, they found already our tools useful, because it was said by Dan today before the lunch. he said that, yeah, I'm a researcher and I'm really glad, that the repository will help me, practitioners, but also me as a researcher, because now I have everything, combined, and there is, more than 300 now studies on risk and protective factors. The same will be with those reports on the evaluation and examples of good practices. The same was said yesterday by, it was Tom today, and yesterday was done in our afternoon session. He said exactly the same, and before leaving today, he repeated to me once more that, it's absolutely amazing for me, because I didn't see, that how I could utilize it, but after this meeting, I see that it's very useful for me, and for sure, I would like to be in touch with you and to use, because me as a researcher, I also could learn or to utilize what is already, in your. So I think that this is the best evidence, let's say.
Perfect. Kai, last comment for this question, and after we will continue with the future. This is the important, please.
I understood from your question asking if indeed tools was sufficient or did it do that? And my answer would be no.
Okay.
I don't think so, but I think we've taken steps towards it. And I think we need to build on and go further. Some possible ideas. A lot more of the practice of embedding academics and researchers in practitioner organizations. So actually have practitioners and researchers based in practitioner organizations for extended periods, so they can actually see reality on the ground, how things are done, learn from that experience. Create postings and opportunities for practitioners in universities. Practitioners have a vast amount of experience, but rarely have the time built in to reflect. There are a lot of other fields, development, humanitarian work, peace building, where they specifically create posts to bring practitioners into universities because it makes the academic quality better, and because it also gives them the chance to reflect, and it creates that link with the field. Permanent structures. It's not enough ad hoc cooperation, but when you have smart hubs really working, where researchers, practitioners, and others are together on a regular basis, it helps. And I love the model they did in Northern Ireland for many years after the peace agreement. Every year they'd have the Northern Ireland Peace Week. And for 3 days, every researcher, every practitioner, every government official working on the peace process would come together every year to learn with and from each other. And by building in those practices, we help to build better understanding and better collaboration together.
Perfect. Really practical exams. But let's continue with the most critical question about the future. According to your experience, what is the vision for the future of Indeed products and how they could play a role, evidence-based policy, practice, and evaluation? Tarja.
Yes, thank you. I think that...
And if I may, Tarja, sorry for interrupting you. You gave us really very practical example the first day. I consider, the U-Knowledge Hub, how, U-Knowledge Hub could play a role. Or we had good examples this morning about trainings in different organizations, that you will continue with trainings in your organization. This is really, something, but let's again give us your
Yes, I think that the Knowledge Hub will have two kind of roles. First, of course, the activities of the Knowledge Hub should be evaluated. That's one thing. And I think that it's a new thing, because we had this assessment of the RAN. I think that we presented it to the Network of Prevent Policymakers. It was July 2023. It was a very good assessment, and I think that if you read that assessment, then you understand why the Knowledge Hub was created. It was not criticism against radicalization awareness net, but it gives some ideas how to go further. What is the future of the RAN, of this kind of activities? That was the idea, but we didn't share it. We share it with the Network of Prevent Policymakers, but we didn't share it, I think, that with anybody else. And I think that the new consortium, even you don't have it, if I'm wrong. So that is one thing, that we need to share this information further. So and then I think that what the Knowledge Hub could do is to embed evaluation as a part of its activities. As I said in my opening speech, there are a lot of possibilities. There's this special training program, ad hoc meetings, study visits, and then thematic panels, all these activities. This evaluation could be part of these activities, but I think that the main thing is that we have to take care that it really happens. It doesn't happen if we don't keep push this idea further so that it really happens. And I think that many of us have some kind of role. I have a role, and Vasileios have a role as a members of the Prevent Policymakers and also steering board on radicalization. You have a role as a members of the consortium. So we all have some kind of role here. So this is what, but at the same time, I think that we have to be realistic and not to, I don't know how you said it in English, but not to put all eggs on the same basket. So we need to have other pathways also. And then, for example, I was really happy when ICCT today said that they are going to organize this training on evaluation. So we need to be, I think that the main thing is that because indeed project as such will not continue, but of course it might continue in some new form if you get some more funds to develop it further on the basis of the current indeed project. And then, but we need to be eyes open so that where are the possibilities to implement these ideas. So all the time, have a good look that, oh, there is this kind of thing happening. How can we put Indeed as a part of it? And that's something that we need to do. But it means that we have to be clever, and we need to be alert, and we need to be also very, skillful when we sell this idea that Indeed could be implemented in a part of these other activities and also other activities of different organizations. Thank you.
Hi. No? Okay. Stefan or Marcena, last, yeah.
Okay. I think in many ways, indeed, what we've got now is great, but it is also quite a fragile plant, which could wither away if we're not looking after it properly. And it's encouraging to hear that there are ideas to embed some of the products within the Knowledge Hub, within ICCT. Maybe there are other organizations as well that could be involved. So that is really, really great to hear. And if we don't do that, then there is a very high risk that a lot of the great efforts that we've made will soon no longer be of much use or relevance. Right? So if I think very concretely, again, about the repository, for instance, it needs an update every 6 months, or else it's not really that helpful anymore. I've just conducted an update very recently that's only covering the months of January to June 2024. And I saw 86 new studies in PCVE related to risk and protective factors, of which 20 more or less made it into the repository. So if we don't do that regularly, if we don't do it next January and the June after, and then we immediately have a problem, right? So we need to make sure that this is handed over in a good way relatively soon. And similarly with a tool, I think we have a very good evaluation tool, but most of it has not been tested, right? So there are a number of modules which have not been tested in a practical case. And I really hope that we find some kind of structure in which we can do that in a way that allows us to return to the tool and make adjustments, which will necessarily be required at some point, right? So wherever you test, there will always be things that are not working as you expect them to. There will be ideas that are developed along the way. And to make that happen, we have to embed it somewhere. Rather than hope that it works perfectly as intended and we can leave it as it is, right? So we really have to make sure to do that. And then one final point on the future of Indeed more generally. I mean, right now we think of it as an EU project in many ways, but I think it has application way beyond that. And I think one way we should think about it as also a tool that is relevant for many other contexts. When we talk to our North American friends and in our colleagues in Asia and the Middle East and elsewhere, I think we should, who are also, grappling with PCVE, are evaluating, many of their evaluations end up in our repositories. We should try to reach out to communities beyond the EU.
Martina and Kai, your last comment?
Yeah.
And after you
So
start
I
your
will,
discussion.
yes, I will just actually add shortly what was already indicated by Stefan, that actually, yes, the knowledge hub is the one thing, and as Tarian nicely said, that not putting the all eggs, into the same bucket. And what Stefan said, we already have a few examples, again, from this meeting only. Fernando, do I remember properly the name, already approached us because he's really keen on, the cooperating and utilizing, that we will discuss how it would be possible to utilize what we have indeed in his field. And today was said by Antoine, and also I spoke to Eileen from ICCT. They are thinking about the training and also about, the using, the other tools created by Indeed. Polish police invited us last time, to the kind of briefing that they have every year, for the police officers dealing with the social prevention, because they want us to present the tool and the whole entire toolkit, because they are thinking about the using it potentially in the future. So already we see the practical examples that it will be used. And actually, what I would like to also add and emphasize, that we have 19 partners in the consortium. So for me, in natural way, we will be also ambassadors. We will be using it in our countries to utilize what was achieved and developed.
Absolutely. Kai, your last comment.
First, imagine if they'd only produced Star Wars. That wouldn't have been enough. It was the full trilogy, which made it so powerful. For years, we've been discussing the model of the Commission funding a project, and then just when the project has developed lots of good things, it ends. And a lot of donors actually have follow-on funding and funding to support next phase implementation. A lot has been produced in Indeed. We've seen it these days. But in the production within Indeed, we've also seen so many other things, just like we were sharing now, that could be steps forward. So Indeed 2.0, or the Empire Strikes Back, would be a good way to continue it. But the other part, echoing what Tadia and Magena just said now, is again, not so many eggs in one basket. It's really up to all of us. And it's about carrying it forward in many different spaces. And there I would also just share, sometimes, we say, there's not enough funding for this, or there's not enough policy support. Let's remember where it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. A lot has come forward. There's a lot of also convergence in the field now. This is a moment of opportunity, and where there's space for initiative and innovation. It's up to us to create what's the future.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Really excellent ideas. And I think now we have some more minutes for discussion and for your comments, or for questions if you'd like to ask something of our speakers. I will start with the action plan you mentioned. I like the idea. If you can elaborate a little bit more, and please, if you have any other comments.
Sure. If I'm not wrong, and sorry, but I haven't checked yesterday or any very recent times, but on the Commission's website, there is a page with links, so divided per member state, that link to national action plans and strategies. The last time I checked that web page, it was really not up to date, and I think, once again, we should think out of the box, because some member states do not necessarily have CT or PCV strategies, but they might have anti-Semitism or xenophobia, hate speech strategies. And I think that ecosystem, that architecture is part of the story. And it would be very interesting for research purposes, but also from an EU citizen perspective, to know which member state has what, because it can also trigger a conversation at the EU level on what other member states are doing, and therefore, getting inspiration. So, yeah, just sharing that.
Any other ideas? Yes, please. Yes, Victoria.
Yes, I put the finger on a very important thing. So this has been an objective, as we know, for a long time, that we can have this kind of website where all the most important strategies, policies, action plans.
Yeah, the microphone. Your microphone, please.
Yes, thank you. And you put the finger on a very important point. We have been trying to collect as a network of prevent policymakers also. We have get the message from the Commission for very many times that we should send all this kind of action plans and strategies to Commission so that they can upload them on this website. And as a policymaker, I can say that it's sometimes you don't remember to do it. So that's why there is not enough this kind of material there. But now we have a possibility for a fresh start when as you probably know, the website of the RAN is going to be updated and there will be a new website. And then, of course, it is not that kind of website as we hoped that it will be because of there's a lot of all kind of restrictions and problems and things like that. But still, I think that we try to make it better than the previous one. And I think that the consortium can take care of it, that there is also a place for where you can find all these action plans, including also action plans against hate speech, anti-Semitism, and that kind of thing. So we trust on the new consortium on this issue.
Perfect. One last comment. I will use the very democratic way. Let's say I will give the microphone to someone, but please feel free just to share with us. I mean, after this conference, your experience, what it could be the future for. I mean, for indeed, would like to join. I mean, the conversation. Nobody? No. Asma, would you like to share something with us as a policy maker? Because you'd like.
We always have things to say. It's difficult to say things after all what have been said, but maybe from my position, representing the European Forum for Urban Security, representing local and regional authorities, it's always for me interesting and important to highlight the importance of starting from the bottom-up approach and including local authorities, municipalities, cities in this process because they have proximities to citizens, they have proximities to all the other stakeholders, and also to disseminate with them the ended results. And that's one of that we are going to do, and we are already doing. To disseminate, to translate already what all has been produced using their language, using the words that they understand, using what matters more for them. And we are doing our best to make them use better and in a good way, indeed results for their work.
Perfect. Very good. So before closing the session, I would like the floor to our speakers. Just to conclude, only with one sentence, whatever you would like to share with us. I mean, just you have the chance, to share with us your message, whatever. But of course, for indeed, I mean, and evaluation something, I guess. Let's start with Kai. Just only one sentence, and that's it.
Incredible appreciation and thanks from all of us who've had the privilege to be part of this project, to Natalia and Martina, because you have done an extraordinary job. Thank you.
Yes, I think that as it has been said many times, prevention of radicalization is becoming more and more challenging because of many reasons, populist politics and also making evidence-based policies even more difficult now than it used to be. So, but being here for these 3 days and meeting you all and having a very interesting discussions with some of you and also listening to the presentation, I'm confident that we will manage and we will do this even better in the future, together.
Stefan, first, and Martina will close the session.
The mother of indeed gets the last
Right. I'm just going to say thank you all, and together we build and strengthen the culture of evaluation.
Are you reading my mind or what? And this is really... But I will follow this.
Yes.
So let's stay in touch and let's continue. Even after this meeting, let's treat this meeting as a starting point for the future mutual actions.
Thank you very much, and I will not add anything because everything what was said was great, and I think that's true. But I would like to thank you all, PPHS team. I'm not sure who is here in the room still. Oh, Martina, hello. Yes, so big thank you to all team from PPHS who supported me, Marzena, and you to make this event happen. So thank you very much. And yeah, thank you for participating. We are not saying goodbye. We are saying we will stay in touch and see you somewhere on another occasion, maybe for Indeed too.
And next year for the annual Warsaw Forum on evidence-based evaluation.
Exactly. Please save the date. Have a safe trip home.
Please.